lead. Time is 5:30. This meeting will continue until all items are complete. Mayor Johnson, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And just some housekeeping, just like to remind everybody to take a look at their cell phone and make sure it is either in silent or turned off. And Mayor Johnson, we have some proclamations. Would you like to take the lead on it?
Yes. Anybody like to come up? We'll do the support victims first. Support victims. Crime victims' rights. All right. Proclamations support victims, build trust, engage communities. Whereas the victims' rights movement has resulted in the passage of laws at the local, state, and federal levels that established essential rights for victims. Whereas in 1982, the President's Task Force on Victims of Crime envisioned a national commitment that launched the victims' rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. And whereas incorporating communities' existing experts and trusted sources of support into efforts to fully serve survivors, which will develop a criminal justice system response that is truly accessible and appropriate for all victims of crime, with the unwavering support of their communities and victim service providers behind them. Survivors will be empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, anger, and hope without fear of judgment, and will feel understood, heard, and respected. And whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs, rebuild their trust in the criminal justice and social service system. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach or serve, are offered culturally and linguistically accessible and appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the city of Flagler Beach is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for a better future for all victims and survivors. National Crime Victims' Rights Week in the city of Flagler Beach, and reaffirm the city's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Thank you. You're welcome. Did you want to say anything?
No, you're all good.
The next one is for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. All of you. A proclamation declaring April 21st as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Flagler Beach. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month calls attention to the fact that sexual assault violence is widespread and impacts every person in this community. And whereas rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment impact our community, and statistics show that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 71 men will be raped at some point in their lives. That 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience a sexual assault before age 18. Youth ages are 12 to 17 are 2.5 times as likely to be victims of rape or sexual assault. And on campus, 1 in 5 women and 1 in 16 men are sexually assaulted. And whereas during 2020, Family Life Center, as the certified rape crisis center in Flagler County, provided 34 sexual assault related community education events, 2,588 supportive service, and answered 69 sexual assault crisis hotline calls for survivors in sexual assault and their families living in Flagler County. And whereas the Start by Believing and Public Awareness Campaign, a program of End Violence Against Women International, is designed to improve the responses of friends, family members, and community professionals so that they can help sexual assault victims access supportive resources and engage the criminal justice system. And whereas the City of Flagler Beach joins advocates and communities across the country because we are the strongest when we raise our voices together to change the culture to prevent sexual violence. Prevention requires addressing the root causes and social norms that allow sexual violence to exist. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and each day of the year is an opportunity to create change for the future. Whereas the Flagler County Advocate Alliance, comprised of victim advocates from Bunnell Police Department, Family Life Center, Flagler Beach Police Department, Flagler County Sheriff's Office, and the Office of the State Attorney, 7th Judicial Circuit of Flagler, is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for a better future for all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, I, Susie Johnston, Mayor of the City of Flagler Beach, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the City of Flagler Beach. And I do hereby encourage all citizens to support the Start by Believing in Public Awareness campaign. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Are we going by Mayor Susie? Mayor Johnson?
Hey, I'm flexible.
Okay, awesome. My name is Gary Perkins. I'm the Community Relations Advocate for the Family Life Center. We've been providing essential support services for domestic violence survivors and sexual abuse survivors for over 30 years. I want to thank the commissioners for all your support. As always, I want to thank the Flagler Beach Police Department, and then also just the victim service advocates that work hard every day to make sure survivors of domestic violence and sexual assaults are taken care of and they have the answers that they need. Sexual assault occurs every 73 seconds, and every 9 minutes there's sexual violence committed on a child. So by the time this meeting ends, you'll be looking. It's estimated that six children have been sexually assaulted. The thing is 5 out of 1,000 of those cases only end up with someone serving time for their actions. So that's something that we really want to focus on. Like everyone, 2020 was a pretty rough year, but we stayed open. We stayed committed to our mission, and we're just going to finish out the remainder of 2021 just creating awareness and making sure that everyone knows about the free and confidential resources available provided by the Family Life Center and other victim advocates. So thank you so much for everything. Definitely appreciate your support. If you or anyone else has been a victim of domestic violence or sexual assault, please give our crisis helpline number a call. That's 24/7, 365. We're always open. The number is 386-437-3505. Again, that number is 386-437-3505. And if you want any more information on what we do or how you can help, please visit our website, www.familylifecenterflagler.org. Thank you.
I'm just Donna Carney, the Victim Advocate Coordinator with Flagler Beach Police Department. I just wanted to also point out that April is also Stalking Awareness Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month. As far as Victims Crimes Week, usually we have a peer ceremony. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do that again. And I want to thank all our law enforcement. I mean, I just had a case where literally that law enforcement officers report made that case, and that victim she's going to be fine. She's going to be good. So, and thanks to all our other advocates. We have Flagler County Sheriff's Office here. Nicole and Allison, who works with CPT. She's a child protection investigator and interviewer, I should say. And Irene is also with Flagler Beach Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for all the work y'all do every day. All right, next item is deletions and changes to the agenda. Did everybody get the changes? Yeah, a lot of last minute changes. You guys get with that? We saw item 9 is struck and part of item 11 is struck. Does anyone have any other deletions and changes to the agenda? Yes, 2 additions. You call out. Yeah, 14A and 14B. Did everybody see that? Okay.
At our last meeting, we discussed vacating this street again, and we were supposed to get a determination from our city planner. There's nothing in my package.
There's a sun.
So
we'll cover that when we get to it. We're just on deletion change for now.
well, just wonder why it's there, but we won't have the information we just for.
Yeah, okay. We'll cover that once we get to it, but that'll be the first item on that. Anything else on deletions and changes to agenda? Okay. Al-Adid, yeah, update on the Dunes Restoration Project.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Mayor. I want to let you know that the Board of County Commissioners did approve the $8.7 million agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the non-federal portion of the dune restoration. I had indicated to you that that was headed to the agenda. That was just approved by the board. In process and coming to us is the $3.8 million grant that we're receiving from the Department of Environmental Protection, and that will be for the dune restoration for Gamble Rogers State Park. So that will be, coming to our agenda for approval. So we're lining up those funds and those plans for the non-federal portion, which includes Gamble Rogers. They continue to go forward in tandem with the Army Corps project. Something I want to mention from an operational standpoint, obviously it is desirable that the projects happen in tandem. That is the completion of the Army Corps project, to just continue to build the dunes and do the non-federal portion so that there's a continuous operation with a single vendor and a single dredge hopper bringing the sand to the beach. So we've been able to work with the department to orient our procurement for the FDOT agreement, the 8.7 agreement, so that we'll be able to do those projects in tandem, one to immediately follow the other without any break. So that's obviously, there's so many efficiencies, economies of scale that are realized, a smoother project. So it's going to be for the benefit of the community. Lower price as well, because you're bidding essentially a 5-mile track instead of a 2.6-mile track. So that's one. Two, we have started those discussions with FDOT that you authorized this to do to jumpstart the additional resources that they'll be providing directly to the city of Flagler Beach. And as those evolve, we'll certainly keep you abreast. Otherwise, on the project, we still continue to move forward with our partners. We're still dealing with landowners, as I'm pretty sure I mentioned to you the last time I was here, that we, out of the 2.6 miles, we have acquired voluntary easements over all of that lineal footage of 2.6 miles. We've got 98% of it. So there's only 2%, or in the aggregate, 275 feet, that's all, of the 2.6 miles that are not under the easements. And obviously, we're going to continue to procure those by the means that are available under the law and in conjunction with our partners. That's the end of my report.
Any questions from Doug?
Now, is it still 4 people that go?
Yes, 4 people that yield an aggregate a total of 275 foot. And as you know, well, as you don't know, you know from me telling you, based on the reactions of what I hear from others, that's an astonishing accomplishment to reach that high.
Any other questions from you guys?
And that's a pat, and I'm sorry, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. That's not a pat on my back, the county's back. It's a pat on everybody's back, the city, the county, the state, the Army Corps, all the voluntary efforts of our citizens out there. That's why it was achieved, because of that unanimity and the grassroots effort.
Commissioner Bowman.
Now, I was listening to the county meeting on Monday and heard you speaking about moving from an Army Corps project directly into the non-federal portion,
Yes.
as you described it. So easements will be needed for those properties as well, correct?
Yes.
So should we not gear up on getting that
Well,
moving?
well, we wanted, yes. And we are doing the title searches and doing, there's a process to even, before you even get somebody a document to sign.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure you have
Who's
the
where?
title, you know those kinds of things. Okay, so our preference is to wait until the Army Corps goes out for bid on the Army Corps project. Because then when we approach citizens, owners in Flagler Beach that are not in the Army Corps project area, then they know it's real.
Okay.
Let's say we did it today.
Okay. Makes sense.
So that was our thinking. And of course, I'm open to any suggestions. We think that if we were to go now to somebody, they say, why should I look at this? I don't even know if you're going to do that Army Corps part. I don't know if you're going to have that sand offshore. So when it goes out to bid, we got it.
Okay.
Right? You know that. Once that bid goes out,
That's real.
that money is in the federal system obligated. In other words, it's set aside. They can't call it Congress, I don't know, some other emergency occurs somewhere, and they're trying to look for loose money that's not yet obligated. They can't take it from you once they started that procurement process.
So, one more question for you. I know I've asked this before, and I don't know. Also, I heard you in the meeting say that the non-federal will go to North 18th Street.
I think I said North 19th.
Well,
Yeah.
give or take a block.
Well, I'm just, Well,
That's where the wall
a
starts.
block matters a lot.
The wall starts exactly, or just prior to 18th. heading north.
Oh. Okay,
So 18th is where the wall.
okay, then you know what? Then I've been making a mistake. The project is going to our objective is to get it to the retaining wall, and I've always thought that was around 19th Street. So that's been my error. If it's 18th, then I stand corrected.
So that would mean that you're doing some more restoration in the northern end of the county as well, or no? You have something planned to do the northern end again?
We
bringing something extra in up there?
Yes, in the long term, meaning that we are undertaking a project actually that you have been doing for years, which is develop a beach management plan.
Okay.
So we've gotten that funded. I don't know if you're aware of that. We've gotten that project funded.
Right.
That we're starting the initiation of that, where we're really going to comprehensively address the entirety of the 18 miles of beaches within Flagler County. Obviously, the Army Corps project is a huge jumping off point for that. Obviously, the work that we did post-Matthew, post-Irma, that we did in the northern 11.4 miles of restoring those dunes with emergency funds. So yes, it is our intention to continue to work on these projects and to develop plans, expectations, funding sources in order to bring them to reality, including going from North 18th all the way to the St. Johns County line.
That was my next question.
Much like
include our last 5
yes,
blocks in that.
Yes, much like we're going to the Volusia County line. We're trying to do a county line to county line kind of project, and not just, as you know from your own experience in the beach management, your own beach management plan for the city. You can't just look at the initial construction that you might do. You have to develop a long-term plan as to how you're going to maintain it. What do you need to do? You know, what are the strategies? One, I can't remember if I mentioned it at the county commission meeting. I think I did actually. If you're following what's happening both in the state legislature and in the Congress and what the executive branch is doing for the United States, they are both providing very substantial dollars for resiliency, which includes beach renourishment. We already know that the governor is proposing, and of course, I don't have a crystal ball. Everything I say here, I don't know what's going to pass. Right? Anybody who pretends they know, definitely don't believe it. They're not sure. Don't hire them as a lobbyist unless you like their optimism. The governor is planning to create, and this is something we need to know and really get on the ground floor if it happens. He is planning a Florida Resiliency Financing Authority. He will use it to channel money to local governments for local government projects. The legislature is planning, now this isn't necessarily popular, but they are attempting to use some of the proceeds from the dock stand, the environmental amendment to the Constitution, the funding source, to use some of that money, I think about a third of it, that's their present plan, for beach renourishment. So that's the legislature is working on it. I also know they're revising some of the laws that govern beach management, beach renourishment. That's happening in the state legislature now. I don't know which of those bills will pass, but they will affect the way these projects might be undertaken. I think they're trying to facilitate the bills in the largely attempt to facilitate renourishment projects. So we've got new money, we've got new standards coming, and we and you as well we all need to stay on top of it because it's gonna be very important to the health and future of our beaches. Especially if we get in on the ground floor and are right there. It's actually good timing if you think about it. You know how these grant programs work. When everybody is competing for the same money, how do you get ahead of all the others, especially when we're so small? Well, you've got to present that you're doing your projects in earnest. This is part of a much larger plan. You know, ad hoc plans do not go as far as fully integrated plans when you're trying to get federal and state funding. So the fact that we're doing this beach management plan now is incredibly helpful to that effort. The fact, I'm not sure that you finalized yours. I know you've either finalized or you're just ever so close to finalizing it. That's really going to help once these resiliency monies are released. So I know it was a long answer, but
It was.
you know, you asked me a question. I'm sorry. I like to be complete.
You're good at that. You are good at that.
Yeah, I
Yes,
want
thank
to pick up on what Al said. There's a lot of criticism of taking the money out of the Sadowski fund.
Yes.
That's the affordable housing, money.
But it ain't over yet.
But it ain't over yet. And every year they've been taking money out of the Sadowski fund, so I don't know whether they will this year or not. Who's up for reelection?
Any other questions for Al? Commissioner Bellinger, did he answer yours? Okay. I had a question for you, Al. These are tough ones to answer, so we're gonna talk hypothetical time frames, okay? So,
Oh boy.
yeah. Well, this just kind of, and things can get tied up practically indefinitely from a legal point of view.
Yes.
All right, so let's not consider the legal part of it, but so after the legal cases get wrapped up, let's assume that they have a positive result. What kind of lead time or mobilization time? I mean, this will still need to go out for bid. It'll still need to get past numerous hurdles. Is there any way to get a rough idea of from the close of the legal cases to the first piece of work?
That's really hard to say, but what we are working on, our partners, we are working on getting the bids out in May. That could get delayed, but that's our objective right now, get the bids out in May.
And then bids have how long?
I'm not sure what the federal procurement, I gotta think about the schedule. Now, I will tell you this. They have already pre-notified the major contractors. They already have a list. I think it's 7 or 8 firms that are interested in this because it is a 5-mile project. And because they don't have to go out of any ports. You know, that slows ship traffic. Getting people out there. So I know our objective is we'd like the project to start at the end of November. Might be after the first of the year.
That just, it's more just for information gathering for citizens that, you know, you get a lot of the questions of kind of what can we expect? Where, you know, just general things. And nothing's set in stone and there can always be legal snafus that tie it up. But just to give us an idea where it's going to go.
And you know, there are events that we can't control. There are intergovernmental things that may occur that, you know, we need to address. But what I can assure you is we are on it every single day. Every single day, we are doing something on this project.
Right, and that's well stated. And so we can just assume that as a potential goal, it would be around fall to the end of the calendar year area as a goal.
Yes.
Assuming everything goes right.
Yes, sir.
That's it. All right. Any other questions for Al? Al, appreciate all your time. You've been coming here a lot, and I know that the time starts to add up after a while, and it's very much appreciated.
Well, thank you. And one reason that I do that is obviously to keep you informed. This is an opportunity to talk to all of you at once rather than, you know, lot of chopped up individual conversations, which are very hard to do. I don't have the time to do that. But I think it's also very important that you and we, Flagler County, we keep this issue as a prominent, high-profile issue in the minds of the public.
Very much appreciated, Al. Thanks for coming out to see us. And speaking of folks that come out to see us, and I'm not gonna, I don't want to put you on.
Can I just ask Al a question? Is that possible?
Uh,
I know you didn't open to the public.
Um,
But I'm planning on 1.5%. I'm gonna be between the 1 and the 2.
but
You need to
if
come
you
to the
get-
microphone.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead and come up stage.
Maybe Al can answer me.
Right.
As you know, Al, I am the 1.5%. My house is stuck between the two. All right.
What's your name, sir?
Actually, we own the one next to you.
Okay. Well,
Name and address, please.
Doug O'Connor, 2740 South Ocean Shore. I've been in contact, we've been talking, but the other two houses you were going after eminent domain, correct? The ones down on 25th or 24th, did they sign?
No, those will have to proceed with the court.
Okay, so why ain't we going to court for the 27 and the 2 by me?
Okay, well, we may have to. We're attempting to still obtain voluntary easement.
Yeah, but the way I know people, that's not happening.
Well, we're making some.
Okay. All right, that's what I just wanted to know. As you know, I'm stuck in the middle. Okay?
Got it.
You know,
Al, if you
I would
can,
say to Mr. O'Connor, since your interests are directly at stake, you certainly can voice your concerns to them and what is the impact on your own.
Oh, without a doubt, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm going down to the tax rates right now because my value of my house is definitely going to go down without that sand.
okay. And Al, if you can you just state, since you have the mic, what the answer was about the parcels? So we have 2 that are pending.
Mr. O'Connor was talking about the South 2700 block. Mr. O'Connor, I just want to remind you, you may not, to go back in a little bit of time, there are 14 total parcels in the South 2700 block. Not too long ago, there were 8 of those that had not signed, and now we're down to 3. So I know you want to get to all of them signed, and we're just incrementally getting our way there. We're going to continue to pursue that, and we're still going to work with those owners to try to get voluntary. Difficult, absolutely difficult, but we're not giving up on those efforts. Do we have a fail-safe? Yes, we do. And although it's unpleasant, we don't want to do it. It's called eminent domain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Appreciate it. And we did have another guest with us, Mr. William Whitson, our incoming city manager's sitting in the back. Thanks for taking time out to join us. He has not started yet, so please, folks, go easy on him. He is not on our payroll yet.
I'm chasing away.
That's it. All right, next item is comments regarding items that are not on this agenda. Citizens are encouraged to speak. However, comments should be limited to 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please wrap up all the comments, and then we will look to answer questions at the end of your comment period. So any citizens looking to speak or have public comment?
I have 2.
Are you sure? All right. Mr. Whitson, did you get any comments? All right, you are still a member of the public for the next little bit of time. All right,
I got a little bit.
come on up. If you can, just state your name and address, please.
My name is Robbie Robert. I live at 600 Cumberland. And really, first, I just want to say I'm really unhappy about us canceling the 4th of July parade. And I know, what everybody says about the COVID thing, but we're relying on information from the same people that told us if we stayed home for 15 days a year ago, we'd be on top of this. So we're predicting what's going to happen 4 months out. I'm wearing a mask after I've had a shot. As probably half the people in this room have already had a shot or more. how long does it go on, you know? The 4th of July parade, to me, was a pretty important thing. I could care less about the fireworks. But the parade, I mean, you know, in 1976, I went to Boston for the 200th anniversary celebration of our country. It was a major deal, and had a great time. But anyway, something else I'd like to see, just living here a couple of years full time, it seems like most of the stuff that goes on in our town and that I see in the news is between the eights, you know, the boardwalk area of the beach, what I call the CBD, the Central Business District. And I never, or very infrequently, see city police presence there. And I really think maybe Matt could look at having somebody, you know, on the beach, walking that beach, bicycle, scooter, whatever, between the eights in the daylight hours here. And, you know, is there any reconsidering having a 4th of July parade, or is that just done? And that's my only thing I had to say.
Okay. To answer the question about the parade, well, I mean, obviously nothing's ever done, but it is a firm decision. However, for those folks that are interested here or just tuning in on YouTube, the next meeting that we will have Bob Snyder here again from the Department of Health, and we'll have both chiefs here to talk about events specifically. And we also have folks here from a group that's looking to do a car show. So we have quite a bit of stuff to cover concerning events at our next meeting. Previous meeting, just to give you a little background, they asked for a 30-day hold on it for a lot of the small events. And what I would do is encourage you to check out the last meeting, because we did talk in great depth about that.
All right, thank
But
you.
and also next meeting too, probably would be worth coming out for. Any other citizens wish to speak on any items that are not on the agenda?
Commissioner, just make a comment on the last time.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
In regard to the police on the beach, they're there even though you may not see them. I mean, I have to defend these guys because I see them out there all the time, and they are on bicycles and sometimes cruising. We don't have a whole lot of police on duty all the time, but trust me, they're there, and usually during large activities, we actually have the sheriff's department here as well. So you may not see them, but
I'm out there every day.
okay, well, I'm just letting you know. I see them too. I was out there today.
I see them. I do see them.
Fortunately, we don't have a lot of crime and all in here where we have.
Yeah, I realize that.
But anyway, I just want, in defense of our police, I just want you to know they're there.
Did you have something?
No, I haven't received of it. I was getting.
Oh, okay, thank you. I saw the hand.
No, I didn't.
All right. Any other citizens have anything that's not related to the agenda? All right, we'll close public comment. Move on to consent agenda. Item 7, approve the minutes of the regular meeting, March 25th. Did everybody receive a copy? And if so, does anybody have any questions or thoughts on that?
My super proofer was absent, so Jane,
That's all
go
right.
for it.
I have some comments about the minutes, but not, things that are in the minutes, but not about the minutes as a whole. The minutes are fine, they were just things that were supposed to happen that didn't between the last meetings. So,
You
the
want to
minutes
go?
are fine.
You're okay with minutes?
I'm okay.
All right, Commissioner Bellinger.
Yeah, it's just proofreading for you, kind of.
Thank you.
Page 2, third line up from the end of the large paragraph at the top.
Mm-hmm.
City Attorney Smith stated staff is not aware of the issues until a permit is applied for.
Okay, see it. Thank you.
Other than that, make the motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
The motion is second. We'll open this up for public comment. And any public comment on minutes from March 25th? Seeing none, close public comment. All in favor, please
Did I say as amended, Drew?
I knew what you meant.
Okay. All right.
Good with that, Drew? Okay, all in favor of minutes March 25th?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, general business, application OE-21-04-06, which is outdoor entertainment permit for Coquina Coast Brewing Company. Do we have a representative from Coquina Coast? Please come on.
So the application, sorry, get my camera set, sorry. The application was reviewed by the Planning and Architectural Review Board at their April 6th meeting, and they did unanimously approve that item.
All right,
No comments?
No,
comments at all?
no outstanding comments.
okay, and commissioners or mayor, any comments or questions concerning the application or the applicant?
I have none.
Only comment I have, I went out there and visited with the gentleman and his business partner, and they explained where they're gonna have the music and all, and I'm very, very pleased with the way they're gonna do it. Also very happy with the appearance and the new business. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And if you can, are you one of the owners?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I probably should state my name. I'm the co-owner of Sean Sweeney.
And just a question, have you received or reviewed a copy of our noise ordinance?
No, I have not.
Okay,
So I probably will-
and that's something that I would highly recommend you do, because that is all the steps.
He did receive it when I emailed him his application.
My partner filled out the application,
Okay.
so I'm sure that if you probably
And-
reviewed it, I can probably get the information.
Right, and I'll also provide a copy when their license is issued.
That's critical. And it has changed a little bit, but it outlines everything you need to do to stay in compliance. And it also outlines, it eliminates gray areas. So if you're unsure if you are in compliance, let's say you have a citizen address you about a particular thing, you'll know if you're in compliance or not. And it's a very good document to have handy, especially if you're doing events.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, we expect to do some live music weekends, Friday, Saturday. We anticipate maybe doing some special events in the future where they're involving music, whether it be a grand opening or maybe Oktoberfest or something like that down the road. We certainly want to have the knowledge of what's required and what's needed and make sure we're in compliance.
Very good. Any other questions, comments? Okay, look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve OE-21-04-06 annual outdoor entertainment permit for Coquina Coast Brewing. Second.
All right, and I would like to open this up to public comment. If you can, you can just grab a seat. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And all in favor of application OE-? Roll call. So then we're gonna roll call this, all right? Easy.
Commissioner Bryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur,
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy,
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Yes, the motion. All right, congratulations, and once again, welcome. All right, item 9 was deleted. Next item, item 10, we are doing a presentation from Tom Gillum regarding our junior lifeguard program. Tom, the floor is yours.
You want to stand or sit, Tom?
It doesn't matter.
It's up to you. It's open if you want to sit.
Wherever you want, Tom.
Yeah, summer's right around the corner, and it is that time of year where the kids will invade the beach, and we're planning on doing our junior lifeguard program again. And I know that obviously the big concern is what are we doing to address the issue of COVID, which is something we looked at last year. Because last year was the onset of the virus and the impact it had on all our programming. So we basically had a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. Being that we're planning for something that's going to happen a few months down the road, we need to get all our policies and procedures set, but we don't know what's going to be the exact situation at that time. So Plan A was our normal, and hopefully we would go Plan A was normal everyday camp. We could do our business as usual. Plan B was to make the necessary modifications and still be able to do the summer camp, which is what we kind of thought would be the direction we'd have to move into. And Plan C was eliminate, not do the camp entirely, which is what we ended up doing last year. Everything was so new and the numbers were just on the increase, and we again waited to the last minute to kind of make a decision on what we're going to do. We decided the best thing to do was just to cancel the camp. It did give us an opportunity to see what the school district has been doing, because they're basically the same situation where you've got groups of kids and you're doing activities with them, whether they're learning activities or recreational activities. So I met with David Bosser-Depp with Flagler County Schools. He does their risk management. And I asked him what they did to alter the policies and procedures to try to get back to some kind of normalcy in their daily activities. And he gave me a list of what they're doing and how they're moving through the hallways, what they're doing at recess when they're on the playground, how they're doing the cafeteria and things like that. We came up with a plan, and I ran it by Bob Schneider at the health department, and he was absolutely terrific. He said, show me what you've got and what your plan is. And basically it was things that we've been doing all along with our lifeguards. One thing we did, and this is on page 8 of our manual, we added a section into the manual that just dealt with COVID. I think that's the new norm. And beginning with our parent pickup and drop off, most of the activities we do, and our goal is 100% of what we do is going to be done outdoors. That's why we do the camp in the morning hours, to avoid those afternoon thunder showers. Normally, it doesn't rain earlier in the morning. We get the kids in at 9:30, they're out by 12:30, and we can avoid the rainy day situation, which allows us to be outside, spread out, and have that social distancing. The one change that we made this year is on drop-off and pickup is the parents will drop the children off, the campers off at the normal time, but we'll go through the normal evaluation, taking temperatures of it when the children sign in or when parents sign the children in, ask the typical questions that we've been doing all along as adults, and we'll just make sure that we do that every day and every camper is cleared before they enter camp each day. Normally, as the kids are coming to camp, we start with one central group activity, and it's a different activity every day, and that's just something that we looked at with the counselors. What type of activities are we doing? How much physical contact and close proximity is involved in these activities? And we just have to alter the activities so we can maintain the 6-foot social distancing. And David Bosser said you can't realistically do it all the time. He said, like when the children are going to class, you have a class of 20 children, they're 6 feet apart. That's a line 120 feet long. You just can't do it. In and out of doorways, on the playground, the cafeteria. He said, you do the best you can, and 90% of the time you can maintain that distancing, but like anything, in practicality, you can't avoid them at times coming close with one another. We will require masks being worn if we do any indoor activity. When we do things, when we're out on surfboards or doing things outside, we've got the distancing. It's really difficult to have the masks, but we have the masks in stock already. And if we do get a thunderstorm or inclement weather, our rainy day area is in the Wickline Center, and there are 2 multi-purpose rooms there. And we measure the rooms. We're limiting our total camp enrollment for each 1-week session to 20 participants. And we measure the rooms, and we can safely get 25 people in those 2 rooms and do an activity where they can remain 6 feet apart. So that's our inclement weather plan there. That was our one major concern. Other than that, they did things like restrooms, and we teach wellness and health and fitness as part of our curriculum in the Junior Lifeguard program. And this is just another thing we're going to add into our curriculum is about the virus. What is the virus? How is it transmitted? What can we do to keep ourselves safe? What can we do to keep others safe? So it's a whole educational process we can actually enhance their learning a little bit and learn about why we're doing these things. And they're used to it. After a year of being in the schools following these guidelines and activities, that's the norm for them. So it's not going to be any change for what they've been doing for the last 9 months. And that's pretty much it. And it may change. I know Bob Schneider said we are turning the corner, which is a good thing, but sometimes that leads to people becoming into a false sense of security, and then the masks come off and the gatherings increase, and that could lead to a spike. It may not. He said, really, time will tell. So if we're into July and things have settled down and we're able to back off and decrease the restrictions a little bit, that's what we can do. But for right now, we're always going to err on the safety for the children as being our #1 priority, and just do the things that will give them a great camp experience and keep them safe. And that's basically it. If anybody has any questions.
And for everybody up here, just so you all know, page 12 is the COVID-19 procedures. And Commissioner Phillips, you had a question?
I do. Tom, I sent you an email, and I apologize if you time I haven't looked at my email. So my question was, for beach camp, what is the cost for beach camp? Is it also $80?
Yes, it's $80 per session.
Okay.
And the session is 1 week, Monday through Friday. We go from 9:30 to 12:30.
Okay, and can you attend more than one camp?
Yes, and when we repeat, we basically alternate. The odd sessions are what we call beach camp, and the even sessions are traditional junior lifeguard camp. It's a very unorthodox camp, and as I know, I don't think there's any other camp in the country that does it the way we do it. Every other junior lifeguard camp we know of, the kids have to pass a swimming skills test to get into the camp, which to us really defeated the purpose of the camp, because some of the children that need the safety skills the most are the ones that aren't able to get into the camp. So we devised a camp called the beach camp, and if they can't pass the swimming skills test, they go into the beach camp, which is activities on the beach. And we kind of dangle the carrot out there because they look at what the junior lifeguard camps are doing. They're surfing, they're in the water, doing deep water skills, having fun. And that's a nice motivation for them to learn how to swim. Unfortunately, we can't do swimming lessons in the ocean most of the time. But we do get some days where you got a light surf, and at low tide, you get these little tide pools. And we'll put masks and snorkels, and we can kind of do informal lessons there. We don't advertise it into the program because there's no guarantee. In fact, most of the water activities we do, we have a footnote to the parents that there's no guarantee they're going to go surfing, or if Mother Nature is going to decide what we can and can't do each day. We go out there and we play according to the conditions.
And Tom, do you provide surfboards, or do the participants provide?
We provide surfboards. We have, and we get such an extreme in levels of the kids. We get some kids that are avid surfers, and they like to bring their own board, and that's fine if they want to bring their own board. If not, we have boards for the kids, and we start them off on these big foam boards, which they have a lot of flotation. They're easy to learn on, and they're safe for the children to learn on.
Wonderful, thank you.
Commissioner Mueller.
Yeah, I had talked to Tom yesterday, about, we talked in here about, the kids having their temperatures taken and then asked the questions. And I thought that parents might feel better if they had some information about the instructors.
And that was the question: is should the instructors be mandated to be vaccinated?
No, I knew that was not possible.
Yeah, that was a legal question to us.
I already knew that was not possible.
And I did talk to Chris Sealcott, who's the CEO of the YMCA in Greater Daytona, and I asked him, "Are your counselors all vaccinated?" And he said, "No, we don't require it." And I know Flagler County Schools doesn't require it either. They recommend and highly encourage all teachers and staff members to the point where they set up vaccinations, and they have an opportunity to come down to vaccinate free if you were a school district employee, but they did not make it mandatory.
And you can't, I understand that. But will their temperatures be taken? Will they be ask those that have been in?
We've been doing that since last March, is when we come in, they have to answer the standard questions. And we didn't ask the lifeguards to do it, but they made a pact when they came in back in March, because that was our biggest concern is we had to do lifeguard training. If we were going to open the beach Memorial Day and we're not going to put a lifeguard up on a tower that hasn't been fully trained. Our training involved removing victims from the water, CPR, first aid, things like that, where you can't wear a mask. You have to have close contact with another person. And of course, we had people snapping pictures, and the mayor got emails and pictures why the lifeguard's not following social distancing guidelines. But they made a pact as a group, and I thought that was kind of neat that they did, that they would only associate with their families, their peers at school, and the people they work with. And they weren't going to take trips to Disney or go out to parties, and because they felt like that was important for the safety of themselves as a group, protecting each other, and being able to make it such an environment where they can do the training to be lifeguards.
That's wonderful. And I just wanted to congratulate you. This is one of the most well thought out plans I've seen.
I've got a great group of I love to take credit for it, but I've got such a good group of counselors that when I hand them the ball and say run with it, that's what they do, and they're very creative and they do such a great job. We've been very fortunate. Bella Herrera will be our junior lifeguard camp counselor this year, or camp director this year.
Is she Eddie Herrera's daughter?
Yes. And Eddie said he's got the distinguished honor of being the first Hispanic lifeguard in Flagler County. So she's following in his footsteps being a lifeguard. She's done a great job, and she assisted Hannah in 2019 with the program, so she's ready to step up and take the reins here, and she'll do a great job.
Wonderful. Thank you, and to whoever helped you with this.
Commissioner Bryan.
Tom, do we start signing up students already?
No, we haven't signed anybody up yet.
When do you normally start?
The last week of school, which is the weekend after Memorial Day.
And then the last question is, how do you normally recruit for the students? How do they find out about this?
Normally, I go around to the schools and call it the Junior Lifeguard Traveling Roadshow. And it's a great opportunity because I go in and I do a presentation to all the PE classes. So I get to see every student within the school district. And we go in there and we bring surfboards and the ATVs and we show them how to make rescues, talk about water safety, and then we promote the camp. That was our one concern is this year they weren't letting people in schools to do that. So now a lot of parents have been calling through just word of mouth, and people have done it last year are going to do the camp again. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of response we get for camp, which may not be a bad thing if we don't get as many because we are eliminating enrollment. We have to put a cap of 20 on each session.
That's going to be my next question. So, thank you much.
Pierre Johnston.
That leads to my next question. With the limit of 20 campers for this year, in the past, what was the max number of campers?
We put a loose cap of 30, but when I say a loose cap, we would go over. I always kept the ratio of, depending on the age group and the activities they're doing, the proper ratio. But if we got more kids involved, our goal was to never turn anybody away. And if more people came out for it, we could always pull another lifeguard in as a junior lifeguard counselor and add the kids in there. As long as we have enough equipment and supplies to do the activity to do with the kids. And so far we've been fortunate that we didn't have to turn anybody away for either money or lack of space or for any reason.
So it will be first come, first served for sign up?
It's first come, first served.
Okay, thank you.
And this is going to have to be a definite hard cap this time.
Other questions, Mayor?
No other questions.
Commissioner Bellingham? I had a couple, just to reiterate, Tom, I think I heard you say Bob Snyder scrubbed this, right?
Yeah, he looked through it and he was great. He said, send me what you got, what your guidelines were, and I sent him the guidelines and he tweaked a few things here and there, but he said it looks good, he said it's solid. And we try to keep it as simple as possible. as efficient as we could keep it.
Okay, next question, Drew, any potential for liabilities or anything else?
Related to COVID?
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, that was all the questions I got. This is great. This is nice, very comprehensive.
Well, thank you.
All right, no other questions? All right, thank you, Tom.
Good job.
And, come on, Paul, we'll open up the public just for a second. If you can state your name and address.
Paul Harrington. I just wanted to ask Tom if I've been getting a bunch of email from the Surf for Kids, and I'm wondering if that's okay.
Tom, can you come up and talk about that?
Surf for Kids about the surf camp? Yeah, we do surfing as an activity in the camp, and we don't do a surf camp per se. And there was an interest for it, but there are a few other local people that are doing surf camps, and we didn't want to be in competition with that. We wanted to support them as much as possible. When we did surfing, our surfing was more towards the beginner surfer, and the more experienced surfers will go with the other established surf camps in the area. But it's one of those things, it is a definite activity, and it's a favorite activity with the kids. But it's another thing, again, we can't guarantee that the waves are going to cooperate for us that we can do surfing. So they may go in thinking, all right, at surf camp, this is great, and we may get 5 days of flat water or water that's too rough to bring them in there. And this with no guarees, it's a lot easier just to not call it a surf camp, and this way we can cover everything.
Okay, don't go too far. Tom, any other members of the public? Any questions or wish to speak on this? All right, now you're off the hook, Tom. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next item. Safety officers. We'll be talking about the reopening of City Hall and Chief.
Good evening, Chair, Board, Madam Mayor. There was a few of us that met at the beginning of the week, including Kathleen and Liz, Chief Downey, myself, Mr. McFadden. And as we're starting to flex a little bit, looking at different city facilities, obviously City Hall is the next one up for discussion. So, and much like the library, I would like to say, the workers here in City Hall, we've been involved in this since the beginning, and they've done a phenomenal job in my mind with the curb service under the awning and checking the box. But with what Tom mentioned earlier and with Bob Snyder's statements that are we turning the corner a little bit? Can we have a little more flexibility in City Hall? So with that, the before mentioned folks, we did come up with some parameters, and I'm going to list those off. They're as follows. City Hall will be open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The public restrooms and the front foyer would be open. Now that would also include that the front foyer and lobby area would be decontaminated regularly throughout the day, and the bathrooms would be cleaned once a day, every day. Face masks would be mandatory for citizens while visiting City Hall. Face masks must be worn properly over the nose and mouth while in City Hall. Social distancing of 6 feet is highly encouraged. Hand sanitizer will be made available to local residents visiting City Hall, and meetings with the city manager and City Hall staff would be by appointment only. So we are isolating the front area, but folks would be allowed to enter City Hall and do business. If the board is in agreement with this, Chief Downey has already crafted a news release that can go out as soon as tomorrow. And the opening, if again in agreement, we would look to do Monday morning.
Okay. And Chief Downey?
No, I'm gonna let Bobby speak. I actually got my second Moderna shot yesterday, so. But yeah, I'm running in low 2. You know, you have park, drive, reverse. I'm running around low 2. Yeah, press release has been drafted, and the safety team came up with it. I think it's a good plan. Even Jenna, who works behind the counter, after contact, she's gonna have wipes to wipe off the counter, and there's plexiglass, so there's a physical barrier between Jenna receiving money off of water bills and Maria, whoever's dealing with the public. But I think it's a solid plan that we can start on with.
Okay. And I'm gonna run down the line, Ms. Mayor Johnston, questions or comments?
No, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah. Commissioner Bryant.
The only caveat I have is, of course, it's pretty obvious that if, in the event that things start turning the other way, then we could be flexible enough to go back.
I would agree with that statement, yes, sir.
That's all.
Commissioner Donovan.
I think it's got a thumbs up from me.
Commissioner. Commissioner Phillips.
Thumbs up.
And the only other comments I had, I'm assuming that appointments are gonna be set up in a way that folks can stay safe and.
That is the goal. I mean, and we all feel that we can adhere to CDC guidelines, you know, one-on-ones, if distanced in a room, or if we use the chamber and tables, you know, and chairs 6 feet apart. But yes, sir, that is the goal.
This is nice. It's great to be moving forward with everything. And, if y'all don't mind, if you can just stick around the front, I want to open this up to the public, see if our citizens have any questions or comments on this. Citizens, questions or comments on the reopening of City Hall? Seeing none, that's a great plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate y'all keeping us
Sir,
safe.
and when the safety team met, we did meet in here, and it was masks on, and we were all socially distanced. So I think city staff is fully aware. You know, although we're turning a corner, we want us all to be safe. And I think this plan will enhance our ability to deal, you know, face to face with the public. And we look forward to Monday morning.
Thank you. So we have a press release going out. All right, next item, item 12, resolution 2021-10.
Resolution 2021-10, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, declaring the intent to vacate a 100-foot unimproved portion of street known as Marlin Lane, located adjacent to Lot 5, Block 8, Hillcrest Subdivision, per property appraiser map book number 5, and Parcel A, Common Area, Stonebridge Subdivision, and adjacent to Lot 9, Stonebridge Subdivision, according to map book 33, pages 62 and 63, on the official records of Flagler County, Florida, providing for public hearing, providing for conflict, and an effective date.
Okay.
I did provide you a revised copy of the resolution, and the changes were to page 2 to change the hearing dates. Since it's been...
Just give me a second. So just a little background, this is a continuation. This was up before. This was pending city planner recommendation. And Commissioner Valier and Commissioner Haley both have questions. City manager, do we have a official word from our city planner concerning this? Okay, can you speak to that?
So Drew is passing out the.
This is it.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to say this, we just got it. I don't have time to read it. I'd like to put this off again. I know we've been putting it off, but we asked for this 2 weeks ago, and I don't want to sit here and read it in 2 seconds.
Okay, I will consider that to be a motion.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion, second, anybody else want a discussion on this?
I'll make some comments.
Yes, sir, comments?
I think we're kicking this can down the road too many times. I mean, I'd rather just take a couple of minutes to break, to read the thing, and just make a decision on this. I mean, it's just too long. I mean, you know, there's got to be 4 times that we put this off.
I understand.
We didn't put it off.
We tabled it. We tabled it.
And unfortunately, I just got these a few minutes before the meeting. I spoke with Mr. Torino earlier. As a matter of fact, I had spoken to him last week. And we had discussed it. He said he had no problems with it. And I just got it in writing out of my way here to City Hall from the White Pine Building.
Well, any other comments concerning this? We do have a motion and a second on the item. Commissioner Phillips.
Is the, gentleman here that lives on Marlin Lane?
Before I open that up, any other conversation concerning the item? Commissioner Bellier, Mayor Johnston.
I'd wait for a determination on the motion.
Okay.
I'm different, I can read it right now, I've gone down the road many times, or you can table it for the next
Okay,
meeting.
well,
I'm okay with that.
Okay, well, let's do this. We do have a motion and a second on the item. We'll see where that goes, and that'll determine what we do with the rest of it. Any members of the public, property owner wish to speak on the item?
Yes, my name's Joseph Ricky on 2323 Marlin Lane there at the end of Marlin Lane. And basically what I'm asking for is just, what I'm asking for is it's like my front yard. I mean, I don't see how a road could ever go across and connect straight through Marlin Lane. We've got an 18-foot wide ditch. It's about 8 foot deep that does 2 90-degree turns. And if anybody ever proposed to put a road all the way through there, you'd be building a road right on the ditch. You'd have to fill the ditch in, or I mean, you're going parallel. The ditch is parallel to the road. Normally, if you build a bridge, it crosses it. I mean, so I'm just asking for. Well, I don't see how this property could ever be of any use to the city.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this agenda? All right, we have a motion and a second to.
I'd just like to speak to the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want you to think that I'm opposed to what you're asking for, but when I get information, I like to sit down and read it without pressure of being rushed. And we asked for this information 2 weeks ago and got it now. And so I would prefer to take some time to read what our planner had to say before I reach a determination. So I just didn't want you to think, oh, she's against it, just looking for a reason to put it off. That's not true. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, any other comments?
Chair, if I may, with the motion you have on the table, would the motion maker like to add item number 15 to that motion to table so she can handle both in one fell swoop? And the second? I'll second.
Any members? Okay. Penny, if you can roll call this, please.
Sure. Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy.
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips.
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan.
Yes.
Chair Cooley.
Just for clarity, this motion is to table, right? Yes. And we're gonna table this just next meeting.
To the next meeting, April 22nd.
Okay. Next item, item 13, resolution 2021-11, Drew.
Resolution 2021-11, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving a joint participation agreement between the State of Florida Department of Transportation and the City of Flagler Beach. Financial project number FPN 448919-1-78-01, and authorizing the mayor to sign same, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, city manager, would you like to take this one?
This is our agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and FDOT for FDOT to reimburse us for rebuilding 3 dune walkovers North 20th, 21st, and 22nd. This is a contract from them for the reimbursement. The only thing I have requested in this contract, they're asking for a bond. I have requested that they drop the request for the bond. We've lost some good contractors in the past because of bonds. And the contract is going to be between us and the contractors. They're going to be building to our specs. Personally, I don't feel it's necessary. Ron Mead with FDOT is going to go to, assured me Tuesday that he is going to go back to his attorneys and ask if they can rescind the request for the bond.
Drew, that should not have to come back before us, correct?
So I'm looking for where that provision is in the contract with you, or where it is.
Is it a bid bond or performance bond? Or both?
Performance bond is what I was assuming, right?
I believe it is performance bond.
The procurement is strictly by our own code.
Well, Drew's checking that. Comments or questions from you guys? Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, what we're supposed to approve today is the approval of Exhibit A. But there are Exhibit B, C, and D as well.
No, your Exhibit A to the resolution is the joint participation agreement, plus all of the exhibits to the joint participation agreement. So what the A, B, C, D, E, those are the exhibits to the JPA, which is the Exhibit A to the resolution.
Okay, now that actually makes sense. Have I been doing this too long? And I discussed this with Rick yesterday, but it seems like we need to time. Here we are on April 8th, approving this, and it says to start on May 1st, and I wanted to make sure that we really put feedback this into something good. And then exhibit D through number 13 to 15, rather, it says construction plans and specs that still being prepared by the DOT and we can't begin until that's done. So how do we approve? I'm still lost on approval.
You're approving the joint participation.
That's just in general, no matter what the details of it are.
Well, you're approving the relationship with DOT. That's what the JPA is about.
And the rest of the details
will be part of the procurement and the project execution, which the city will be in charge of. But this is establishing the relationship between FDOT and the city for FDOT to reimburse the city, as well as the check boxes that FDOT expects. That's really what this JPA is about. FDOT says, if we're going to pay for it, you're going to have to do it this way. And then we're saying, okay, we'll do it this way as long as you pay us. So that's what the JPA is about. The project, yes, the project may still evolve. But the specifics of the project are not what the JPA is about. The JPA is about the relationship.
Just to restate, this is more financial and financial agreement and how we're going to move the money and who's going to do what versus times and nuts and bolts.
And as to the bond, I was trying, as Rick pointed out to me, I've got 16 to 20. I'm not optimistic that FDOT is going to say that agree to waive that. I don't know if even they can. If the statute requires to have a bond, we're going to have a bond whether or not FDOT requires it. And that's going to be a function of the contract, what it's for and how much it's worth. The construction contract. But if they do, we want to make a motion that contemplates, well, if FDOT comes back and says they're willing to take that out, you could approve, and you can approve, include in that motion authorization for staff to remove number 7 if FDOT agrees to it. So if FDOT does not agree to pulling number 7 of Exhibit D out, then we would sign as is. If they agree to that, then the mayor would still be authorized to sign, even though it changed since last year, since she would have authorized that specific. But I'm not optimistic that the bids will come out.
So back to my question. We're looking at a detail of this, and then you told me I didn't have to look at it.
No, you have to look at the exhibit. This is the agreement. The hair I'm splitting is between project and this. This is contemplating a project, yes. But what this is doing is establishing the relationship between FDOT and the city in how that project is procured, contracted, and paid for. But this contract is not the contract for the work.
This is a contract
So when it says that we have to get certain permits, that's outside of the realm of.
It's not the project. When I say the project, I'm just feeling communicate. When I say the project, I'm talking about, like, forget FDOT was a part of it. We're going out, we're putting out a bid, we're seeking the contractors, we're picking who's going to come in and do the work. When I say the project, that's what I'm talking about. That's the project. This is establishing the relationship between FDOT and the city on how that process, or how that project gets done from the beginning to the end. But it's not about the act, and that's where I'm communicating poorly. Yes, it is about the overall project, but this is not the project contract. Is that any better?
That'll have the dates.
Right.
That will be the relationship between us and the person who's actually doing the work. And this will guide that contract, because there are things in here that we'll have to do to make sure that DOT pays us for the work that we go out and contract.
So I'll be coming back to you with bids too. The project will go out for bid, and unless the bids are under the 20,000 threshold, that would be the only reason it wouldn't come back to you. But we don't foresee that at all. So.
And this may be stuff with Kenny. There were these 3 pages that I think were just maybe stuff left in the copying machine. Process, draw, view, show complete without even.
It's a screenshot.
I think that was part of the email when it was sent to me. So I don't know if they included it because it didn't look like our software. I looked at those. Okay. I'm sorry?
It's not something I have to understand.
I don't think so. I'll make sure, because FDOT is federally funded. I'll make sure all the CAPR information is in the bid packages. I'll make sure the bid package complies and the contract language, with Drew's help, complies with FDOT contract.
Commissioner Phillips, any questions or comments? Commissioner Bowman?
No, just as long as Drew's okay with it, I can't consume all this, and absolutely, if it's good or bad, but I assume that we're in good hands with our attorney.
And this should also turn around pretty quickly. I've written so many of those bid packages for dune walkovers, I can pretty much do it in my sleep. So it's just cut and pasting in the certain walkovers. And this is for the 3 that were washed away, the FDOT built and were washed away with that nor'easter about 2 weeks after they had built them, which were not to our standards as well. These will be to our standards.
Commissioner Bryan?
I just had a question for Rick. You made the comment that you lose a lot of contractors because they can't get bonding.
No, because bonding is so expensive.
Yeah, now. So that's. Okay, you're talking about like the smaller businesses that can't get the
Yes.
bonding. Okay, all right.
Especially our locals.
Right.
Right. But if it's built into the bid package, it's an understanding if they read it that it is required. So.
Mayor Johnson.
Nope, I'm gonna go with Drew on this one.
Good choice. The only
So I had to
question.
be the one to show them.
Not at all.
The only other questions I had, or it's just a comment. I'm gonna go with Drew also. Anything that involves getting money from FDOT, I'm okay with. And it appears that this is more procedural than getting into the nuts and bolts of the actual bill.
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-11.
And we have a motion and a second. Open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Any?
And that is to include the language that Drew provided earlier, that in regards to the
Number 7 of Exhibit D, the contingency is number 7.
I've got it in here. Authorized
Also
for
in
staff
there.
to remove number 7 if DOT agrees to it.
Okay, so we have the motion.
I did.
Okay, so the motion.
And Debbie
would be,
was the second.
Is to include that, yes, thank you.
Okay. Second as amended? Okay. Public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, close public comment. Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes, the motion. Motion passes. And we will. We'll go to item 15.
16. You tabled 15.
Oh, that's right. That was part of the first one. All right, item 16. Yeah. Slacking.
Shame on you.
Typical rookie move right there. Ordinance 2021-07. Drew?
Ordinance number 2021-07, an ordinance of the city of Flagler Beach, Florida relating to micromobility devices, prohibiting micromobility devices, micromobility device staging areas, and the obstruction of streets, rights-of-way, and sidewalks by, and regulating the use of electric bicycles, motorized scooters, and micromobility devices within the city, providing for application to existing micromobility device staging areas, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing an effective date. And this is following up on where we were in the last meeting with the ordinance that was regulated them, that conversation carrying towards can we prohibit them. This is an ordinance that largely accomplishes that. They struggled with how to deal with anything you have existing. If you review it, you see that I've kind of created at least a brief grandfathering period. And I won't go through what I know you all read for yourself. I'm sure you might have questions, but I will point out that Penny made me aware that I carried over some language from one of the ordinances that I was borrowing from in the fourth whereas clause. So if you strike everything in that whereas from central business district through comprehensive plan, and just replace all of that with city, or the city, which is how the regulation actually reads this, whereas clause.
And you're referencing line 29 through 33?
30 through 32 is actually 30 through 33. 30 through 32 is where the strike is. My mobility several times got me.
Yeah, I was wondering where the Hannibal Square neighborhood commercial is.
It's Winter Park, if you're wondering. They're one of a couple that have done something similar to what we're talking about.
From here, that would be a rather large radius for us to understand. All right, questions or comments? I'll just do it online, Commissioner Phillips.
The only comment I have is, I want to go closer to the email, I can tell you how many phone calls I've received from people with teenagers and younger are cutting people off and yelling at people in the cars and for it. But I also want to know, I did talk to Timmy at Jamestown, Canada, because he does run these. And he informed me that he is fine with prohibiting them, and so it doesn't not pay.
Wow.
Pay for months, and I'm not doing so. I just want to make sure that businesses are not being impacted by the rental of these scooters, so.
Well, and that's to that thought. That is why you see kind of the way that I at least propose dealing with anybody who currently has gotten their LDPR to do this they can at least continue doing it through the end of their LCR, assuming that they're not violating the ordinance. If they violate the ordinance, then they could have to go before a special magistrate hearing and potentially lose that grant fund.
So that's not on.
Commissioner Rea.
In that whereas that you just corrected, it does say that we know that they're dangerous, not compatible, whatever. When I look at line 115, it seems we're only banning them on sidewalks. Did I miss something?
Yes, there's a couple of things going on. So you cannot ride, whether it's a micro mobility device that a rental or my own. If it's motorized and it's not a these are defined differently than a assisted mobility device would be. But if it's an electric scooter or an electric bicycle, I got to be on the road. If that's what that language is for. It doesn't matter if it's a rental or not. And so where you get into the micromobility devices, that's going to be Section 1984, 138, where we actually are prohibiting the staging.
But nowhere are we banning the riding.
Correct.
Which is what I thought we were going to do. What we're getting calls about.
Are they originating in the city or from outside?
In the city. Calls, emails, Facebook, it's growing up.
But if I can't stage them, where am I renting them from? Because then the question that I asked is why I didn't say you can't have a micro mobility device in the city, because Chief has, or his department, or anybody else who might be writing a citation, has no way of knowing whether you rented that electric scooter or whether you own that electric scooter. So if I rent it in Palm Coast and drive it into the city, law enforcement has no way of knowing if it's a micro mobility device. So yes, I thought about that and struggled with it, and I understand the concern, but I also see practical difficulties in saying you can't have any micro-mobility devices, because the difference between a micro-mobility device and an electric scooter that I own is I rented the micro-mobility device. That's the only thing that distinguishes the two. I mean, it might have lettering, it might have branding on it, and that might tip it off. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but that's the challenge that I was struggling with when I was putting this together.
Well, again, from the comments that I've read, heard, whatever, I don't think people care whether they're rented or not rented, whether they come from Palm Coast or the Moon. They just don't want them on the street. They don't want them in town. They're being ridden in a very dangerous fashion. And it's not one or two. And it's not just kids. And so if there's a way of just saying, I think in here it said that Panama City's
too. Yeah, it's not my again, I was splitting a hair, and my trying to split it wasn't banning them entirely doesn't cause me any more heartburn than trying to ban a little bit. But I recall hearing at the last meeting there being discussion of, if it's mine and if it's a resident owns it, they can still use it. But if it's a rental, is what we were talking about. So that's why I was trying to split that hair, was trying to follow through with what I heard at the commission.
If grandma bought a kid one of those things for Christmas, so now we can say it's mine, it's not rented. So I can drive it however fast I want, on whatever street I want, in whatever fashion I feel like riding it. And we're not taking into consideration safety that way.
They would be subject to traffic laws.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know that we had any issues prior to these high dollar machines that are faster, and I just don't think I don't think it's going to, we can always address it again, but I don't think that we should take it away from our residents when we didn't have an issue before these things came to town. And they got, typically when their grandmother buys a kid one of these, it's a much weaker version. although there are some out there, but.
Well, there are bicycles too that don't follow the rules. So.
Okay, let's get your comments.
Okay, well, I'll listen to what everybody else has to say.
Okay, we're gonna run down one. Commissioner Button.
I like it, Drew. Like what you did and how you did it. Because I kind of hesitated when I got to the earlier part too about not riding on bicycles and when I read further through understood. When do the LBTRs expire?
September 30th is going to be your expiration.
Okay. Well, it's not too awful long, but.
In the business owners can be whenever they want.
All right, well, they were my questions.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I heard that, I mean, I don't think it's fair to abandon the car, we're only on flag too. You don't see me out there on the street with me because I don't come across the bridge. And grandma didn't give them to me. And I used one of them extensively when I was campaigning door to door. So, you know, I think that if a resident has them, I think we're more accepted to see the individual following the rules and all that. And if we see some kid out here, it's easy to call the parent up and say, you know, and I've done it. I actually called the chief down here one day on Palm Drive because some kid was down there on a motorcycle. He could have been more than 8 or 9 years old. And he was flying up down Palm Drive. And I called the chief and he came out and I don't know, that kid had radar because he disappeared. But I haven't seen it since. But anyway, I guess the bottom line is I'm okay with you.
Mayor Johnson.
Mine is piggybacking on what Commissioner Bryan had said. I'm the parent of an owner of one of the scooters. I purchased a pink one for Christmas. And I can guarantee you if the battery runs out, I'm not going to leave it on top of the bridge or anywhere else around town. I'm going to be hauling it back home on my back and taking that away from the children that have, or adults that own theirs. They have a sense of ownership instead of being rented. So, you know, I like the way it was written, so thank you.
Kind of like the picture we saw today, the one thrown into this waterway.
I've seen one on the sidewalk for 2 days. I don't know if that's just a good stopping point for all of them, or if it hasn't been picked up yet.
That's where the battery runs out.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Thomas, Frank?
No.
Okay, the thoughts I had on it is we do have some citizens that use these. They make adult versions that have seats on them and baskets, and we do have some citizens that use them for shopping. We had a citizen initiative a while back that we worked with our police department where an older citizen had one stolen. And a lot of citizens, you probably remember seeing this on social media, we raised the money and went out and got them a replacement. And our police department was great, and they delivered it. And it is not that particular device, and I think a lot of the privately owned ones are nothing like these, you know, things we see blasting through town at high rates of speed. That thing there. You know, because I worked with the delivery on it, they're not fast. They're just to get to the store and back. I would hate for us to ban that from a citizen. That's our only form of transportation around town as well. Is my only thoughts on that. As far as younger folks getting on them that don't understand traffic laws, that like, you know, just anything else falls on the back of the person who bought it, the guardian, the owner of it. As far as this particular company goes, I'm a business owner here in town, and I am not okay with how this business has conducted themselves. This business has made we'll call it basically the guardians of their equipment. They came into town, they dumped their equipment off, and they said, you guys figure it out. I've had these left all over my business lot. You reach out to them, ask them to move it, they don't respond. And I've had scooters left in my lot for multiple days. They're not being a good neighbor. They're not being a good business. They're not being a good citizen. And I am all for anybody coming into town. I'm all for them setting up business, just trying to make a dollar and do it the right way. But how they have run their operation, in my own opinion, has not been in the right way. And for numerous reasons, I'm for this. And James, do you have any other questions or comments?
If I could come back to Commissioner Mueller's point though, are there any particular streets or parts of town that are more problematic than others in terms of where you're getting?
Not from what I'm reading in here. It's some around the south side, some around the north side, any one of the avenues. It does not seem to be.
Because that would be a way of kind of accomplishing both, is if we designate, like the whereas clause, designated like the central business district as an area where you could use them.
The South 23rd Street, and I can look through like Facebook.
It was a curiosity, just seeing if I could kind of help massage it a little bit more, but if it's all over, if it's equal, then that doesn't really help anything.
Did we ever verify if this company has an LBTR?
The company probably does not. If they're not located in Flagler Beach, they wouldn't be required to.
So we don't have to wait for the LBTR.
If it would depend on if any of the businesses that are allowing staging on their property modified an LBTR.
Oh, if they modified their own LBTR.
Because I think zoning review was performed, so I think that's why I put that in there. I'm pretty sure they're having LBTRs issued or modified for people to have staging areas on their property.
So that's.
But yeah, if it's an outside company that's just contracting with people in town and allow them to put up a staging area on their property, they would not have an LBTR in the city because they don't have an office.
And they wouldn't have to wait.
Right.
Did Jimmy say whether I would and if this gets approved tonight, how do we find this company?
It's not going to be the company that gets fined.
Find them to let them know they can't be doing it.
I'm sure they'll find. Again, the people who are regulated by this will be the ones who are allowing the staging on their property. But I'm sure, I've seen them from a distance when I'm close to scooters have a telephone number. Obviously, they call them.
They don't. They have a website, but it would just be really a conversation with the proprietors that have them on the property. You've got the mobile, Jimmy's, Sally's, and a couple others.
Yeah, that would be the most effective way. Is whoever is to get the word out to people that are allowing the staging, and they can let whoever it is they've contracted with let them know. And it may also, if they're unhappy, it may provide them an easier out. They may say, look, I can't do this anymore. You got to come and get the scooters. Especially if they're not getting paid.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, any other questions or comments? No, what's the motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 2021-07 as amended.
And on first reading. You'll see it again.
All right, we have a first and a second as amended. I'll open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wish to speak on this particular agenda item? Come on up. If you can, state your name and address, please.
My name is John Timmons, and I live at 127 West Palmetto Avenue. I'd like to drill down a little bit about these scooters, a little more. Specifically the bridge. There's not a very wide sidewalk for pedestrians on the bridge, and someone coming behind you may or may not give notice that they're coming up behind you at a high rate of speed. And I think that it should be discussed what should be done in different places in town where the scooters are used with respect to the bridge especially, because it's such a narrow walkway. Should the scooters, or are the scooters, allowed to use the bicycle lane and not be on the lane with people? I don't have the answer to that, but maybe the police department does, or...
This actually addresses that by making it unlawful to drive on sidewalks with these devices. Correct. Sure.
That is correct. If this ordinance is passed on second reading, they would no longer be allowed on sidewalks. They would have to use the bicycle lane.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, close public comment. And any other questions or comments before we hold on? All right, Penny, if you could.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes.
Commissioner Belhumeur?
Yes.
Commissioner Mealy?
Yes.
Chair Cooley?
Yes to the motion. All right, next item. We're gonna do commission comments, however, we're gonna jump to 14A will be the first one that we cover, which is discussion direction of staff regarding a budget request letter for Mayor Johnston. Mayor Johnston, you wanna take this?
Yes, last week I had a meeting with Commissioner Hanson, and in that conversation and meeting, he had brought up that the budget process for the county had started, and if the city of Flagler Beach wanted to request additional funds from the county, we would need to have a letter drafted and submitted ASAP. And to him, it was really, if we could get a letter in this week, meeting by end of day tomorrow, we could potentially have some additional funds come from the county. The county is receiving $22 million, and this would allow us to potentially have an additional cut from the $82,000 that we receive currently for the lifeguards. So I called Rick and Penny, tried to get with them and see about what could we ask for additional funds, and we have come up with some of the things that the county owes us money for, and so we have drafted a letter, and I apologize that it's short notice, but I was given short notice as well. I spoke with Mr. Cameron today, and he said that actually the county process for budget begins in January. So it's January, February, and March is the decision items when everyone's submitting their proposals. April's the budget where they come through and they do the review, and actually the chief of staff of the county is going to be playing a major role with this, and the first budget hearing will be May 18th through the 20th. So our window is closing very quickly. So we came up with a letter to submit. He also, Mr. Cameron had said if we could back each line item with some, in the packet with budgets or a proposal or something of the sort, we could have like an expenditure report. We might have a chance for additional funds for the city. And I thought, well, let's not let that opportunity pass us.
All right, I'll open this up for thoughts moving forward. Commissioner Bellion.
Kudos to Commissioner Hanson for bringing it to your attention. We were really on the cusp of missing this again for another year. I know we've been asking our city managers, and I say that not including Mr. Whitson, but our two prior city managers who have told us repeatedly that this was going to get done, but it never got done during their budget time. So then we carry over and then nothing got done. So hopefully if we do, for whatever reason, miss out on this this year, at least we've already got our foot in the door. But I certainly hope that that they seriously review this and help us out. So thank you to the mayor for bringing this to the forefront.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Susan for backing on this. And I guess we know from now on that we have to have everything into them, follow the steps we did.
So that is a learning experience too. Some of these things they should already have been aware of. Plus they are getting pools of money from the ARA, so we should have a better chance. So, but thank you for doing this.
Quickly, on the first paragraph where it says 82,500 plus the current.
The T at the end, I've already corrected that.
Okay. Just playing school teacher.
Commissioner Phillips?
I know, he's been in with you July. Yeah. No, I just think this is perfect, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Bryan?
Yes, I commend the mayor for moving on this, and also Commissioner Hanson. He's always been very open and receptive to calls whenever I've made them to him. He returns calls and communicates with you. So I think that's a very, very positive thing. And I also say, whatever we can do in order to get a letter out there by tomorrow, let's do it. Some comments I have.
Okay, and comments I have, kudos Mayor Johnson for the initiative. This is something that a lot of us have been waiting for, as Rick stated, for many, many years. And this is a big first step. And also a big thanks, just like Philip stated, to Commissioner Hanson. That's just letting us know and keeping us informed. This is everything that we could ever wish for from a county commissioner, and doing the job right and working with cities and being there and being supportive. And I think that's big, rather than just go through budgeting process and never speak with anybody about going, hey, what do you need? This is one of the first times that I know of that a county commissioner has ever talked to any elected official here and been proactive in asking for what we need.
He initiated the discussion, or you did?
No, I believe it was you.
You called him, but he was so willing to be open.
Absolutely. I'm trying to meet with every county commissioner as soon as I can get on their schedule.
As an intro, right? And I think it's great. And these are the type of things that come out of those discussions. Just to good initiative and getting out there and getting in front of these commissioners. All right. So nuts and bolts of this letter. So we will need to be able to back up this data. On the surface, if I'm a county commissioner, I'm reading through it. On the surface, some of these numbers look potentially arbitrary. So we will, in order for them to justify these to their taxpayers, which is the rest of the county, they're going to have the hard data and the rationale that was used to come up with these numbers. The 82,500 for the lifeguards, I for one am not okay with. We have massive expenses that are much higher than that, to the tune of almost, Kathleen, you might have to help me out. The total lifeguard program cost is costing our taxpayers here close to, I believe, $300,000.
Yes, it's very close to $300,000. It fluctuates, of course, depending on weather and what have you.
And I've stated this in numerous meetings and budgeting, that I am of the mentality that our local citizens are not the ones that are utilizing our lifeguard program. Our locals, if there is a utilization, it is very, very low. I am of the mentality that the vast majority of the cost for our lifeguard program, this is a county/tourism initiative, basically, and it is not something that is of high direct benefit to our locals, who are paying the vast majority of it. So right now they're basically paying, let's say, 82,000 out of, we'll call it 250,000. Yeah. So if I was to have any input on this letter and we're going to submit it, we need to have the proportion of money reflect what the county's benefit is versus our own city's benefit, which would be, upwards of the $200,000 range. And that can be backed up. It's very easy. We covered this in budget.
Right, so the simplified plan makes sense in here Mayor Johnson, I was just gonna do our, 5-year budget expense report, which are, actual figures all the way up to 2020, on that particular item on the.
So that would be my feedback on that, and, the $25,000 for the 4th of July celebration, that comes from TDC, that is not a line item from, county, so I don't know, I mean, they could always scratch that out of the request, but I'm not sure of the wording of the request, that's separate. I don't think that we would be asking for that during the regular budgeting, and it's also already in there as an agreement.
I'm not sure, I think that the TDC is budgeted with.
By the county,
With the county.
right.
I don't-
Everything has to
Right.
get approved by the county.
Right.
Because there
But
are
it's-
some other things in there that could also could be TBC,
Mhm.
but it is all county budget.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to leave it in there. The only other pain point I have is just the numbers. Some of them come off as a little bit arbitrary, but as long as y'all can get all the actual requests and it makes sense, then they will be able to understand, here's why we are coming to you, here's why we're asking for what we're asking, and here's how it's justified. And we can say, here's our part, here's what would be potentially, the county's part, if that makes any sense.
Well, I have to consider for the June walkover reimbursement, I'm actually gonna change that number to about 150,000. I just went ahead and pulled together we have 5 PWs that, project worksheets that are issued from FEMA, and they come up to like $1.1 million. And I think we'll still be under that when we're all the way done, but I just, my tally right now brings it up to what we've actually spent, 123. So I think when I look at the PWs, the 12.5% of the PWs would be 148. So I'm going to change it to that, provide that for documentation. I'm providing the purchase order and bid for all the work that we have done on the bids. And then I just kind of left it kind of open-ended. If they need more documentation, they could request it, because that's probably going to be all I'll be able to pull over together before tomorrow.
Okay. And also a pending staff member, Mr. Woodson, you had a comment, so by all means come up, because you are part of our staff. We'll just call you that.
Yeah, ex officio comment. I totally agree with your discussion, but the only caution I have, and maybe Kenny could help us with this, is that there were interlocal agreements signed years ago that you have to honor. So with that exception, I think that, your comments are on point, and I agree with providing the backup that you needed to read it in terms of the interlocals.
Yeah, and actually that's a very good point you bring up, because I remember in the fall we signed that, and I had a lot of pain points on signing that. So that you're absolutely right in that. That's probably something that will not be able to change. It will just have to stay as is.
That's your first 2 bullets are backed up by interlocal agreements, which I've included in the backup. And Kathleen and I did pull those bid packages in the bid tabs, because part of that requirement that it was put out to the public and you had received at least 3 bids. So I pulled that. I've got that together. Liz has provided the insurance policy, and I'll print out purchase order, I guess, if there's one for that. For the backup, for the Santor, the fireworks, I printed out the last purchase order we paid to them in the invoice and the contract we were in with them, which was for the amount of $25,000. Who knows, for next year it may even go up, but it's better than receiving the $22,000 we were. And as I put in the email that I sent out to you after I drafted the letter, was I wasn't provided direction for the peer money request, the insurance coverage request, and the sanitation services. So those were numbers that seemed reasonable to me, and I advised you in that email that you definitely can change them to whatever. We do have backup material to show that those costs are real. Kathleen can provide reports that show that. So it's your decision, whatever you'd like to do.
And the only other thing that I saw in here that is potentially missing. And Chief, you might be able to speak to this. Is we, in the peak season, from holiday to holiday, we have increased police coverage that we a lot of times bring in, and it's paid overtime, whether it be additional sheriff coverage or anything like that. And that is for folks from county that come here. That's not tourism police coverage. That is and is that I did not see that in there, correct?
It is not in there, and part of one of the interlocal agreements speaks to providing beach help with sanitation for special events about the beach, which is where we included that $50,000 item. It talks to special events. It doesn't talk to the police specifically, but the issue that I want to mention is that this is last minute. This letter needs to be provided tomorrow. I'm going to be here late tonight. I have a previously engaged doctor's appointment tomorrow. I won't be in here until probably 12:30 or 1. So I can do what I can do, but I am not Superwoman.
Right.
Yes.
And Chief, I don't know if that's even a number that I know in previous conversations that is a number that usually is top of mind. Here's why I'm talking about police is when I see this as a business owner that works on Inland Corruption Pier is there is a large segment of population of folks that drop their kids off to the deck and leave their kids here all day. And unfortunately, there is a very big increase in calls related to this exact type of thing that falls on the staff. And they spend a lot of time dealing with juveniles who are left in our city for the day. And it is a issue, and it is a very expensive issue. And I don't know how easy it is to come up with a number. I know you have a number that you bumped up.
Sure, I believe we budgeted $48,000 for the overtime when we were doing the budget process. And you're exactly right. That was an initiative that Mr. Newsom came in for. And from Memorial Day through Labor Day, we hired 2 deputies on overtime and 2 alarm officers, which at any given time, the most we ever have on duty is 3. So in the busy summer months from May through Labor Day, now you'll have 7. And there's days when the captain and myself will come in on the weekends as well, which gives you 8 tops for the busy weekend. And you're right, there are some folks that just consider the beaches their way of just having a great summer. They just drop their kids off and let them do what they want, ride scooters all over the place and wreak havoc. And the gentleman that was here earlier, I know he's not here now, but that's where he's talking about being on the beach. We put an officer on a 4-wheeler, we have officers on bicycles, to bolster that. But that money comes out of our budget. It's not budgeted in the sheriff's office because it's not it's a request to pay, and Mr. Newsom said if we're gonna ask the sheriff to bring the folks in, we should pay for it.
So I would just put it out there that I think we should ask for that number. And I don't know if we have a consensus on that. I'd like to know y'all's thoughts on it.
Back to the reality that this letter has to be in tomorrow. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
And I concur with Commissioner Millie. Penny is one of them.
How about the number that we spent to have additional deputies here during the summer months?
And
that
was your number.
Right, but we don't pay for any deputies for the 4th of July, which is a scheduled event.
Okay.
The money that we're talking about is specifically that money that's budgeted only for overtime between Memorial Day through Labor Day, every weekend.
So we have our number, and we have the data to back it up.
Section 5 of the interlocal agreement states that for the 4th of July only, the county will also provide in-kind assistance where possible for manpower emergency management.
Well,
just for the 4th of July.
So we have a number, we have the data to back it up, and
if for nothing else, the number in there. If not, it's something we can talk about, for next year.
What's the number?
I think that it's 48, right?
I believe it was $48,000.
Kathleen, can you run me that? I don't have access to
Yeah, this is, it's
payroll.
related, but it's not related. And, this is something that we can probably consider in our
I
strategic
don't have
planning when it
access
comes
to
up.
payroll to run
But
those
I
types
think
of
that a
reports.
significant number of those individuals that we see coming to the beach are coming from Palm Coast.
So it would be in a purchase
Here
order,
again,
I
this
could
is something
search
we can
that.
talk about in the future. Because we don't see any revenue at all coming from Palm Coast to accommodate the citizens
Yeah,
that
is
they
it going
have
to
there
the
actually.
Flathead County
And I'm not
Sheriff's
sure when
Office
that
or
ends up
Flathead
being
County?
written.
Maybe the
Probably
sheriff's
from
office,
Palm
one
Coast with a small
different
entity.
entity.
And we have, the biggest developers out there now advertising Flathead Beach is 3 minutes away.
Okay.
So I guess I'm going back to hear something in the future we get to look at as a possible with our Palm Coast.
And to your point, Commissioner Brian, one of the reasons why we're reaching out to the county is because 75 cents of every dollar of that Palm Coast piece goes to county. And any Palm Coast specific things would be definitely a good idea to talk about, so we maximize that. Any other questions, Commissioner Belanger?
I'm just looking at this bullet point about the pier. Just wondering if that may be a little premature when we really haven't decided what we're gonna do yet. So how do we have any idea what we're gonna spend if we hadn't made that, we haven't determined what we're gonna do, as far as a new pier, repairing the old pier? And that was our previous city manager's, aspiration, but, I think we might be a little premature with asking for $250,000 when, I don't know. They overwhelm me to the degree that they're less likely to help us out with other items.
Didn't Mr. Newsom state that we pretty much wouldn't be allowed to rebuild the pier, the end back on it? We would have to improve on it to those concrete pilings with the breakaway. So there will be significant cost. It won't be the 400, 500,000 for rebuilding the T on the end. It'll be millions
I
and millions.
get that, but there's probably 1,000 different ways to design a new pier as well. So I don't think we have any clue what we're facing there, and I don't want to scare them off with asking for too much. That's just
I'm not married to the amount, but I think starting a savings account for the new pier would be a good idea.
Consider setting aside a reserve account to help us fund the pier.
Whatever the right terminology.
The iconic pier for the county.
I mean, $10 million was the number we got
Well, aren't we already expecting the 12.5% if it goes that way?
Not for the pier, only that agreement spoke only to the dune crossovers. It didn't speak to the pier at all.
All right. I just thought it was another FEMA item.
No, FEMA just said we can't rebuild the old.
Right.
Alright, so we have two separate pieces. I just want to make sure we have a clear consensus on. First piece is, let's cover the pier since we're on it. So, doing verbiage of consideration of a reserve account of some sort for this amount of money. Do we have a consensus on leaving it in? Or does anybody want to take it out?
I'm kind of the mindset with Commissioner Beltman with that we don't want to go in too big. I mean, I think it would be probably at least starting out to look at all the real necessities that we need and focus on those, and we can negotiate the other parts later.
They're going to be looking for backup. We don't have to go backup.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my thought. So I would be in favor.
Upcoming city manager.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if she has the FEMA implement, this is tied to a PA.
We have the PA.
You got the backup.
Yes.
And you ought to ask for it now, so you don't have to deal with it later, and you can't keep waiting because there's a short fuse on this PA, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
On the top tier list I put together.
Well,
Just a thought.
Well, Mr. Whitson, while you're at the podium, I had a question I was gonna ask the commission, and he may wanna weigh in on this one too. While I hear what you're saying, and it's the politics, and you guys know that better than I do here in the county, but there also is an argument to be made in any budget request type issue of ask for everything that you want, because there is going to be a red pen striking through things. And if you ask for everything, some, you're still getting some. And I don't know if this would.
I agree with that, and we do have the backup, and it's tied to a PA project that's live and active, and we gotta move.
Thank you for that clarification, and I'll rescind my comments.
Okay, so sounds like we have a consensus on that. Is there anyone opposed? Okay. Next item is the 48,000.
I'm sorry.
Overtime.
I'm sorry. So the consensus you previously mentioned was to change the bullet from the amount to ask them to consider to maybe create a reserve account to assist us in the coming future on this, the coming years. Do you want to, is that your consensus, or do you want to leave the amount in?
The amount and the verbiage for the account, both.
Okay.
250 as part of the reserve.
Does that work for, okay.
And then we have the PA for the backup.
Okay, so we have that consensus. The other part is the $48,000 in police overtime budgeted for the summertime additional coverage that where chief brings in sheriffs.
Like Mr. Whitson says, just put it all on the list.
And that's easily backed up. It's already budgeted. Is there anybody opposed to that? Okay, so we got those two pieces of this. Is it all right? So that takes care of the comments I had. Is there any other comments on this particular letter that we need to address? Questions or comments?
No, I think it's great.
Please staff stuff this time.
Penny, you've got everything you need.
I do. I just I'm thinking about time tomorrow, so I just before I do it, I want to ask if I scan maybe one of the resolutions, make it a PDF, and cut Susie's signature off so I can paste it onto this and get it over there. Of course, I would send you copies before I did that, but if you approve it, I can manipulate her signature from another document onto this.
No.
If they approve it.
But no.
Okay. Well, I'll be calling you tomorrow. Please answer the phone.
Nice try, Penny.
Hey, you know, you want things done.
Well,
Sometimes you gotta
will
do
be
things.
available for you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Easy. All right, so that takes care of that. Any other concerns?
I wasn't saying I'd forge it. I'd say I would take another signature she signed.
Let it go.
Are you the one wiping the checks clean?
No, but I probably could if you give me a few tries.
I believe Chief has a class on that.
You did.
All right, any other comments from staff at all? Mr. Whitson, finance, everybody's good. All staff is good. All right, we have a consensus. And we don't need to comment on that. I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem with this. All right, now we are at regular commission.
No, 14B, yes.
Where? Oh, Jesus. Commissioner Bryan, I apologize for that.
So good.
Commissioner Bryan, this one's you. 14B, discussion direction of staff regarding amendments to chapter 14, offenses about littering.
Hey, over the last several months, and you guys know a lot more than I do because you started these trash pickups and beach cleanups a long time ago. But having experienced it myself and looking around at the beach and looking at this and listening to discussions that we've had, I went back and looked at our own ordinance.
comments.
And looked at our own ordinance, and what I saw was lacking was an ordinance to address trash and garbage. And specifically, what I did was I pulled out some from a couple other cities, and I've been in contact with Drew. And we've been going over something that we thought would work for the city here that would address the issue itself. And provide some, I guess you call it dissuasive type of ordinances that would address the acts of bad actors in regard to not only trash, but it also includes cigarette butts and tobacco products and things of this nature. So what I request is that the commissioners review what Drew has drafted here for consideration as adopting the ordinance that we're particular ordinances, so that you'll have some teeth and actually being able to address the issue if anyone on the beaches in that town continues to trash it.
And if I can add on a couple of things just for maybe to head off the question that might be asked. Yes, everything in that ordinance is already a violation of state law. But this is not a preemption issue. We are authorized to adopt our own litter ordinances and enforce
You
it.
better do it before the state says you can.
True. And there is some merit to that. Because when Commissioner Bryan first reached out to me, that was my response. I think my initial one was, well, everything's already against state law. But as I thought about it, there's a couple of things. One, as you see in that proposed language, we would authorize not just police officers, but code enforcement officers and lifeguards, and anyone else you saw appropriate to issue those citations. So unlike the notice to appear that you might issue for violation of state law littering, this could be something that a non-sworn officer could issue. And two, even if it's the sworn officer who's issuing it, a sworn officer may be more likely to go through the process, which kind of like a parking ticket, like trying to create a local process for the dealing with those instead of pushing them into the county court system, which then it just becomes a headache for everybody. But a police officer may be more likely to write that $50 littering citation than having to engage in the process to write the notice to appear. I don't know, but that you might get a little bit more effective enforcement from a local citation than you would through the notice to appear in criminal citation. Or it's not criminal, but state law citation.
My understanding is we have the ordinance on the books. I was talking with Chief about this before. We actually made a sign for my store where there was an ordinance cited, and I didn't have time with this item coming up to get a copy of it here. But there was a ordinance cited where there was, on the sign said fines up to $500 for littering. And Chief, maybe you could speak to that, but my understanding is we have it. Because on that sign was an actual ordinance that was cited for reference, for the.
We do. I just gave it to Drew.
Really, I couldn't find
But it's only for recreation areas and parks.
Right. It speaks. That's why when I put in the title, the agenda item, I put to add it to chapter 14, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, because that's the first thing I did when they said this to me. I was like, why don't we have something? And it was only for the beach is considered a recreation area, the beaches and parks.
It doesn't address city streets or parking lots. It only address recreation areas and parks. So that's the sign that you're referring to and it is up to a $500 fine.
So do we just need to change that ordinance to some verbiage?
Kenny, you say you think it's better in 14?
If you want it to address anywhere outside of a park and the beach, yes. Because that's the general, it's just offenses and miscellaneous provisions. There's, that's
I would
your catch-all.
This. It's just this, there's not much to this. So this, again, yes, what that is doing is overlapping this, but really what that was about was creating a process for actually how to do it so that it actually starts being done. So I would pull this language out and put that in, and if anything is best in 14, we can put it in 14 and just take this out because this is so general. It's just kind of broad based.
So we would need to do two items. We need to remove that.
Nope.
And then,
It's one ordinance.
When I put that into an ordinance format, I'll just do a straight through with this.
Exactly.
So that's why that language is coming forward to kind of get comments on the language before I put it into the ordinance format, so I can deal with this when I do that. If that's the direction I get.
Just look for direction to see.
Yeah, my thoughts was that, and here I went through the ordinance and I couldn't find anything that specifically addressed it. And that's why I looked to Drew's advice as to how we could address this and be more specific. And here again, I'm not one to try to implement a lot of laws and all, but here again, you know, if we're gonna try to clean up our city and discourage bad actors, I think it's significant to have something in place so that you can say that you're violating the city ordinance by throwing cigarette butts and throwing trash or things of this nature here. And here again, most people are gonna do the right thing, but there's always some that are bad actors, and I think we've witnessed that. You know, when an individual takes his ashtray and dumps it right on the street, we don't really have an ordinance that says you can't do that. We could go to the Florida statute, which actually says that you're not supposed to throw cigarette butts and things of this nature, which I think was generated during the fires and all. But we're just, again, trying to be more specific in order to try to address the issues that we have in the city.
Question. Number D, all sworn officers, police officers, code enforcement officers, and lifeguards can issue citations. So I'm walking against a lifeguard who is, you know, a younger person, with my cigarette. That lifeguard can give me a citation.
If that's what's in there, yeah.
Okay, how does that work?
What do you mean, how does that work?
Does that person, when they issue a citation, they're actually gonna have something?
The citation. If you want the lifeguards too, and I put it in there, but everything in there is subject to discussion. If you're
I'm not
comfortable with it.
opposed to lifeguards, I'm just not sure that lifeguards are actually.
Well, I wasn't thinking about the age. When I was thinking about lifeguards, what I was thinking about was, do you want the attention distracted by watching out for people who are littering instead of watching what's going on in the water? So that was, but I think that's also, I wasn't even thinking about the age. That might put the lifeguard in, and I'm probably.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I think somebody would, you know, I'm not gonna argue with a police officer or code enforcement, but I potentially care with you know, 18-year-old. So I mean, I'm okay with it, but I wouldn't want to put it in my.
Any other questions?
Could we just call it Ocean Rescue and then it might be Tom or one
Lieutenant.
Or maybe one of his lieutenants, and you know, they have radios that if there is an issue on the beach, they can always call one of all officers.
So then you're not taking the attention away from the kid up in the tower. Yeah, but there was, yes, 2 lieutenants, and
I believe so. And I like the way that it's worded where it says, you know, the first opportunity is a written warning if you remove the trash. And, you know, like Tom said earlier today, you know, his folks do a really, really good job. And I think the interaction with young folks, if it comes from a lifeguard, is not as intimidating as a cop walking down, you know, and pointing the finger to you and picking up the trash. And, I think it just gives multiple folks that are on the beach, whether it's code enforcement, law enforcement, or lifeguard, kind of educate. He always want to educate first, and the kid says, hey, I'll pick it up. So we've done what the ordinance was designed to do. So. And I'm in favor of 14, but because the one that I just gave Drew is very limited just to 2 specific places. This opens up a broader range.
Any thoughts on adding the sanitation director to that list?
You can add anybody who you would like to add.
Seriously. I mean, he's out and about all the time. Got a thumbs up from our audience person.
This is why you don't have the former Renee around with the face.
Yeah. She's home smiling by this, I'm sure. So yeah, you got consensus on the sanitation director? Sure.
More than merrier.
Yeah.
Any other questions or thoughts on this?
No, I think it's great.
The questions or thoughts I have on it is the dollar amounts aren't enough. This falls under the same mentality as parking on the dunes. It just wasn't enough. You want to make a statement, you got to make a statement. I'll give you an example. Years and years and years ago, when I lived on the East Coast,
he's still here.
That's true. That's the Northeast Coast. Yeah. So my sister got a ticket for flicking a cigarette butt out her car window, and it was for $500. Wow. And that in her entire circle, family, anyone that she knew, and it was a statement, and obviously that was never an issue to anybody that knew her ever again.
Does she quit smoking?
Well, she actually still smokes, but, the 1,500, you know, if we were inland, I could potentially see it. If I was to have any feedback on it, I would say that it needs to bump up significantly. For instance, the ordinance that Drew has in front of them, which is for the recreational parks areas, that has up to 500. And I'm not saying everybody gets 500 as much as our previous mayor would love that. I know you're listening, Linda, but yeah, I do think this is disproportionately low and it doesn't need to get bumped up. I don't know what y'all think about that.
I'm not in favor of 500.
Well, 500 probably wouldn't work anyway, and just looking at what you have, one of the problems with 500 and something like this that's being tracked locally, unless we're not, and why I didn't even go through the first, second, third violation, the warning is problematic enough for me that we have to find some way of tracking who has at least received the warning. So we know the second time it happens that we can issue a citation. But tracking the violations that occur, who committed them, how often they've occurred, when was the last one, is going to be a bookkeeping problem. So I think the tiered violations would escalate that problem, make it worse. So that's why I avoided the tiering. So whatever fine you decide on, if you decide to go up from 50, fine. But from a practical perspective, I think saying for your first violation, like we would normally do, when it's code enforcement, that's easy. Something like this is a very transitory violation. It's going to be hard to track who's received that first citation. So with that in mind, why I say $500 would be problematic anyway, is we would only get the 500 after multiple violations. And I don't know that we're going to have the ability to coordinate all that information into one database that says, okay, this is this person's third violation.
And let me just make a proposal. I'll let you all decide how you want to, what kind of feedback you'll get. I would say no tiers, no warnings. If you get a littering fine, it is for X amount of dollars, and that's it. And it's not, and that eliminates all the bookkeeping. If you litter, you're going to get fined this amount. And just for the heck of it, I'm going to put out $200.
Can we, but just one question, when you say no warnings, can we keep in the language though that if you are instructed to remove the litter and remove it, you can avoid the citation?
Right, because then you're not littering anymore.
And that also covers the written warning part that makes me more comfortable from a due process standpoint. So I'm okay with that.
I'll just put that out there and you guys can tell me what you can do. Because nobody needs to be reminded not to litter.
I agree with
It's
you.
inexcusable.
I agree with you that fine could be higher, but I'd go halfway there. I'd do it with 100.
I'd split the baby and go half also.
Yeah, 100, I think it would be 100 as well.
I was gonna say 250, so I want the other
One thing that may weigh in favor of kind of a judicious mind on the fine amount, I agree with what Chair Cooley is saying, and that, you know, to teach a lesson is important.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, sometimes I get if I get a $50 fine or a $100 fine, and I say, yeah, you know what, I did it, I deserve to pay the fine. If I get a fine that I think is excessive, nope, I'm going to appeal it on principle or whatever. So this might actually, splitting the baby on this one might actually be a good number in that that's where you want to find that sweet spot, enough to teach a lesson, but not so much that it hacks somebody off and makes them want to fight.
Well, I think, you know, with that kind of a fine, I think the word is spread pretty fast, you know, and I think, you know, we need to actually let folks know also, you know, Flagler Beach has imposed a liquor fine, it's $100 if you kill anything on the beach, one on the street or wherever.
And the most important part assuming that it gets adopted, will be enforcement. And that's what, it's not just that it's on the books, but that they are enforcing this. And that's what will spread the word and get compliance. The good kind of compliance.
And are y'all okay with no tiers, no warnings, just like?
But I do think that if an officer says, you dropped that, and you pick it up and throw it away,
Then you're no longer right. Then you're no longer litter. Okay, we have a consensus on. I mean, heck, I know nobody likes signs, but I won't put that thing at the free entranceways of the city, right there, bold in the sign. Any other questions or thoughts on this?
I just wondered if our chief of police has any comments about it.
Chief, no comments?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Simple, straightforward.
You're right.
Alright, so we have, is that on that?
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bring it around. Alright, now, as long as my notes are not wrong, we are on commission comments. Mayor Johnson, go ahead.
Well, my one comment turned into an agenda item. My second one was the beach cleanup that we had with the Cyber Beach All-Stars. On Saturday, we always have our OTC, we have lots of our residents come out, but we did have the Flagler Beach board riders, and that brought out a lot of surfers, adults, which are rare to see at our beach cleanups. One thing I'd like to add, and this thought just came to me, is maybe at the bottom of those citations, we put a little memo about we have a beach cleanup that they can always attend.
I like that.
First Saturday of every month at 9 o'clock at the apron.
Actually, a really good idea. Do we want to give people the opportunity to attend the beach cleanup instead of paying a fine?
I thought about that.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Great idea.
Absolutely.
Who's gonna monitor
We
it?
can discuss it when it comes back
It
for
sounds
reading, but
less
I'll put
punitive.
it in there.
It's- It sounds less punitive than as Matt said before, our Tommy needs to clean the streets, and we give them that opportunity.
And there's always an elected official of some sort at those. I don't think in years we've never had one where there has not been an elected official just to do the checks and balances side of that. I would, if I was to recommend it, it would be probably 2 of them at least. But,
Mhm.
you know, we can
Make
look
it
at.
a little pain point for them, get them out there. And then the last thing was just a reminder to tell your friends, family, and look at the posters that we have out, that we have the monthly cleanest beach contest, and that first award will be going out on Earth Day, April 22nd. So we need to get that on the city website. A couple other things, we can get that shared to the different groups on Facebook and on the radio station, which we're working on. Other than that, that's it.
Okay, I'm next. I just, a couple of things. I've been in contact with some of my former friends and colleagues in St. Augustine and St. Johns County, and in particular regarding some of the recycling and issues that we're having here. They're having some of the same problems there. Because we all know that China is not taking trash anymore. It's very difficult to get glass and even plastic at this particular point recycled or get credit for it. So it's actually costing them to recycle as it is for us here as well. So I'm going to continue to stay in contact with them to see what they're doing in order to address the problem. Been talking to a couple of people here with a recycling company that may have access to some federal, state grants that may actually be able to acquire some equipment that would actually be able to process plastics in particular, because that seems to be one of the biggest things that we have is polluting the environment, the waters, and all of this. But it's a project I'm having to look at more, talk to them more, find out what we can do with federal and state grants and what qualify for it. It would particularly help them to be able to accept the recyclables that we have. Talking to St. Augustine and St. Augustine Beach, maybe they would be able to partner with us in order to recycle those products in order to generate the volume that's needed in order to move these particular waste materials out of our county. So that's going to be one of my pet peeves that I'm going to continue to work on in order to address the recycling. You guys, as well as myself, I'm sure received some pretty stinging emails this week regarding recycling only cans and cardboard.
Especially like the one that has some issue.
Exactly. But,
I didn't quite get that.
but some of the other, most of the other counties and all are experiencing the same issues, same problems. But we keep working on it. We can hopefully address it. Some of the bottling companies in particular, apparently coming down because of new administration, there are going to be some mandates that the bottling companies, particularly plastic companies, are going to have to meet. as far as being able to recycle a certain percentage of their plastic back into the system where it's again recycled.
There's a commercial
Excuse me.
for some kind of plastic bottles that's.
Yeah, that's gonna
and
apply
I can
to
never catch which companies.
It's gonna apply to all of the,
But they want those bottles back and they will recycle.
Right, so, I'm sure that our new administrator, manager is gonna be on top of that because he's pretty much aware of some of these things as well. So we just have to keep doing it, and also at our particular levels here, there's some things that we can probably start doing in order to encourage, people in our own community to use these kinds of things here and not use plastic bottles and, water bottles and things. I've done it at home and I use my water now and minimize the amount of plastic bottles I get. So anyway, enough on that. The other thing that I will be, this is a question I'll direct to our manager in a few minutes, but some of you may have seen some of my comments on Facebook about the planters in front of the A-frame. The A-frame looks great. We have these planters out there that are horrible. So to address that issue, I'm not trying to put my horn or anything, but my wife and I will be out there this weekend cleaning them up.
Fantastic.
And I mean, we're going to do whatever we need with. We want to come out and help. We're going to do it. We're going to clean them out, put some new mulches, put some new plants in that are sustainable, and get the place looking good. Because it doesn't make sense to try to take pictures of honey and we really frame them that dead cactus. I don't know what those things are. They're white. Anyway, they got to disappear. Even hide the sides.
What times are you doing that?
We're actually, my wife and I are going to be over there Saturday, trying to clean out things, like Sunday afternoon, we'll be back in there planting. We actually had some folks out at the apron with babies, a husband and wife said they were going to come out and help us. Probably going out to 12.
Each day?
Yes.
Because I think you'll probably get a good amount of volunteers.
That's fine. I mean, if we don't have money to do it, we have our own labor, and it's not gonna cost that much to do that kind of thing, and just help make our city look better. The last thing I have is a question, and I hope I don't step over my balance here, like, the Sharp T-shirt shop, right out here on the corner, the old SunTrust building, are those signs permanent that are out there? They look like vinyl signs that are just tacked to the side of the building. Banners. Are those permanent?
No, they have come in and signed the banner, log. They have no permanent signage.
Okay. What about the Shark?
This Shark is a portable, it's on a dolly, they're.
It doesn't, I noticed it on the way in, but it doesn't have any words on it.
No.
The banner or the Shark?
The Shark.
The Shark does not.
Yeah, the Shark without anything that's communicating information, I don't think it would I don't think it would come under the definition of sign.
Okay, I was just curious because it just looks, I mean, I might get blasted, but it just looks tacky. You come over the bridge and you see those banners.
The color.
Can I make a comment on that?
Sure.
So you said, I know they can come in and sign the banner sheet, but are they gonna be putting permanent signs up? Nice permanent signs, not every grade signing the banner form.
They haven't notified us whether or not they're going to put up on signage.
That's what I'm having.
The whole thing looks not permanent. It looks like they're ready to pack up and.
I thought they were here for Mike Week, and then I said.
Yeah.
I was hoping they were here.
Here again, that's just my pet peeve. It just
I
looks
agree,
tacky.
the shop's nice, the shop owner is nice, but I think those, I don't know if they can do anything.
As far as the banners go, I don't remember what, do you know off the top of your head, Penny, how many times they get?
They can do, I believe, for up to a month for a new business, like a grand opening, maybe twice a year for like a sale event.
But my point being, they can't string out the banner usage indefinitely. You do run out of the opportunity to use a banner.
Okay, I mean, I welcome new business, but I just don't want our city looking tacky, that's all.
Paul, push that button. Can you get it? Is he all right? Is he having a problem?
Is he okay?
Chief, you might want to make sure he's
Yeah.
okay.
No, he's something
No,
going
he's
on.
been sitting here shaking like crazy.
No, it's something.
I thought the Shark was going to be going on the roof.
Well, that would be
Yeah.
great.
I mean,
No, they're not
here,
allowed
like,
rooftop signage.
I could just picture a hurricane coming, and now we have Sharknado.
Okay, that's the only comment, I just wanted to address it because I wanted to know if I was the only one that was.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm done.
No, you're not the only. We're fortunate we only have one, not 100 of them like they count. In the interest of time, I'm gonna keep mine short. It's nice to see that the A-frame's finally nearing completion, and it's gonna be with us for decades to come. With all the new hardware and stainless steel bolts and plates.
And even
shingles.
that got negative comments
Some
on
new-
Facebook. I could not believe it today.
Some new planks that, underneath the shingles as well.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty amazing how when they took the shingles off, that the letters
Yeah.
still showed
Yeah.
imprinted into the wood,
Been
like
there a
it's,
while.
like it was tattooed in it or something. That's all I got.
All right, Commissioner Gill. That's a record.
I'd like to thank Jamie Bordeaux for once again doing wonderful things. Hosting that golf outing, the proceeds went to our safety group, so that was great. You're going to address the water main. That's the water main breaks. You're going to address that.
Yes.
Okay. I went to that workshop that Detective Ritchie did on frauds and scams. It was extremely well done. I was just disappointed that there were only 2 people there. So that check washing thing was she had 2 plastic containers. And she had somebody write a check with 1 pen and somebody write a check with another pen. One was a gel pen. Use gel pens to write your checks. Because if you just use the regular ballpoint, you can be totally washed out.
Don't put them in your mailbox.
And don't put them in your mailbox. And even at the post office, this I did not know, people can take like a rake kind of thing with glue and reach down inside the mailbox and pick out. So I was going to put it inside the post office.
And they have done that at this post office. So the post office put up cameras and they knocked the cameras down and did it again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So this actually happened.
This happens. It's
yes.
Yes.
Anyway, so there were only 3 people there, but it was at 6 o'clock and that's dinner time. They thought maybe they would do it maybe on the weekend or during the day or something. Oh, and if you're going to mail stuff at the post office, look and see what the pickup time is. You know, if the pickup time is 10 o'clock in the morning, try and mail it close to the pickup time. Or later in the afternoon ones, so your checks may actually get to where they're going.
Pay your bills online.
I'm sorry?
Pay them online.
Well, no, there are some who can't. I have some people who do work at my house, they actually won't take a credit card and I have to pay them by check. The Frankie Valley. I know they were closed for a few days because they didn't have hot water, and that's fine, they're allowed to do that. But they also put an announcement out that they were changing their hours. And something's in the back of my head, I remember that in their lease, that they have to come to us if they're going to change their hours. And I actually found the lease, and it actually does say that. It says that they will be open 7 days a week, full service, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they have to come, it does say they have to come to us if they want to change their hours. So, that's what it looks like. Yeah, I can see that it was getting very sleepy. So we need to take care of that. I'm not saying they have to be open longer, but they have to come to us.
Let us know what they're doing.
Yes. They're saying that, and I know every restaurant's going through this where they can't hire people because they're getting more on unemployment than they're getting working in the restaurant. It is, and I saw the letter that Johnny and Paul wrote to the governor.
I'll look at the lease in the morning. I'll let Rick know my thoughts, and I'll get with Kit Corey, Ray's attorney, and just give him a heads up, and he may also be able to get an easy resolution to it.
Okay. Yeah, it says that we won't withhold the improvement, but they do need to. I just would like them to. Once in a while, follow a rule about it. And I said I had some comments on the minutes. One of the ones was for the lady who spoke up at the last meeting about the retention pond at the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick told me that he did speak with David cleaned it out and they looked into it.
Yes, ma'am. I did speak to David today.
Okay. And he's looking at.
Yes.
Okay. One was about planner. And Saturday is Gopher Toys Day. Just want to share that. So, I'm done.
Mr. Phillips.
Two good things. I attended my first beach cleanup last weekend with my granddaughter, and not only was I disgusted, I was happy to see that she was more disgusted than me. Being a young person, she's gonna spread the word, amongst friends and everybody to know that.
And who could say no to that face?
She is very cute, but she was disgusted. She kept picking up beer bottles.
Picking up what?
Beer bottles. And some were like, they're like, people didn't even finish the beer bottles before they threw them. So, I commend you guys for what you do, what you've been doing for years, and we are going to continue to support it and try to show up on Saturdays. And then my second quick question is, are the signs new north of the Funky Pelican that state 2-hour parking? Or have they always been there? I just drove by the other day and it says 2-hour parking, 2-hour parking, 2-hour parking.
Once we put that cement down.
Okay.
It was under Larry. So somewhere in the last 3 quarters.
Oh, okay. Because I was, they look old, but I just drove by and I don't ever remember seeing them. That's all I got.
And Jane has something else.
Yeah, I'm sorry. First I wanted to let you know that Edgar, our lobbyist, got COVID.
Yep.
And was in the hospital.
Is he out? Good.
He came home today.
Good.
Yesterday, one of those things. Not home, he was back in his apartment. Just thought you should know that. And Drew, I don't know if we can avoid this. Volusia County, in their infinite wisdom, is allowing these huge advertising barge to go up and down the Atlantic, 750 feet shore, advertising.
I saw it on the news the other night. Yeah.
And it's big and it's ugly, and I don't want it happening here.
Well, yeah, it's state waters, but it's a flashing. It's flashing. It's like a LED billboard, and it is the size of a LED huge billboard. The story was on WESH the other night, Drew. You could probably look on their website and pull it.
Yeah, it was in the news journal too.
And you can only get so close to the shore too. There's
750 feet.
So that's it.
Yeah.
So they were at the. Right.
But they are that obnoxious that far away, you can still clearly read it.
Thank you.
I have not seen the story, don't know anything about it, but I'll look and I'll give you a report about it. Yeah.
It was approved by the county, not by the town.
I think it was a temporary, as well. I'll find the story, and I'll send it to you, Emily.
Not by Flagler.
Right, yeah, by the.
I'm sure, if you find it easy, Penny, send it to me, but don't go out of your way to do it.
I'm looking right now. No,
Okay, now I am, then, sorry.
That's good info. Alright. I have a lot of stuff. Yeah, we're gonna cover item 13 now. Drew, while you're looking at the legalities on that, we also have a beach equipment rental place coming up on the horizon. We need to, I don't know any of the ordinances that govern that. What they do is they pull up to somewhere on A1A. They have a trailer, they keep the equipment in, and then they rent equipment out to beach goers, tables, chairs, etc. And they're coming to Flagler Beach. They've already been here, but they have on their Facebook page that they are coming to Flagler Beach, and I don't know what any of the legalities are around that.
And so just so I understand what they're doing, they're actually operating from the state right of way. Am I understanding right?
So far, that's what's been observed. There's parking in regular city.
But they're not.
Which
They're not
also-
doing it from private property.
Right.
It could make a difference in the. I'll look at both situations, but just so I understand what you've observed, it is so far it's been operating from the state right of way.
Yeah, and I know that you can't use that to vend from for commercial uses. We already have something against that. As far as where they set up shop, the questions that I'm not sure of is this falls in line with the same type of stuff. I see like another version of scooters coming over the horizon.
I don't think it'll last long. They won't survive.
But it's good for us
to be able to run enough stuff to.
Oh, I keep getting asked by compost people why we don't allow people to rent chairs and stuff on the beach.
Right. Well, my concern is just how it's being done. Parking on the side of the road, trailer, rent equipment, bring it down to the beach, doing business on the beach. There's a lot of things that our ordinances partially cover, and I just want to make sure that we're all on.
You said that's happening right now?
Oh no, it is happening right now.
Because I talked to a person not a month ago and advised them that was mobile vending and it was not permitted. I don't know if this is the same person, but they were like, oh yeah, they were from, actually they lived in the Hammock in Palm Coast. I might have some information on it because I'm like, I played dumb at first, like, oh, send me, yeah, I'll look, I'll let you know. When I knew right away, I was like, eh. But so I probably have some information from this particular person, and if it's them.
It was something to the effect that, and I don't have it handy, but I can send it to you. The company's called Pirate Booty.
That is them.
Yeah. Okay. So
that is them. Yeah. Specifically told them no.
Okay. Well, they're doing it.
And I said the only way that you could do something like that is there is a section in the part talks about business licenses that is for seasonal, like for a bike week or race week or something, but it would have to be at a existing brick and mortar that sells items related to that. So why would you want that competition?
They also have a Facebook page that makes it very easy to track what they're doing.
that's them.
We have also told them the same thing from LBTRs.
Okay. All right. So that's good that we're partially evident. All right. There is a newer golf cart rental company starting up. This is a very polished company, and Debbie Phelps was actually. You talked to the folks that are doing that. Did you want to speak to that at all?
Sure. Today while I was working, a gentleman by the name of Alex came in. He's a realtor. And he mentioned that he and his wife were opening up a golf cart rental business in Flagler Beach where they would deliver golf carts to your home or to the hotels, whatever.
and I believe they've got 2 4-carts, I'm sorry, 3 4-carts and then 2 6-carts. They're gonna replace their carts every year, they're brand new, they're beautiful, they're electric. And this gentleman couldn't be any nicer, and he did follow all city, he contacted Bonnie and got his LBTR and got all the approval. So I'm pretty excited.
Where are they located?
In Flagler Beach.
No,
I didn't ask where he stores where they live here. He did, I was telling Eric, he did tell me that his wife was like Miss Flagler, like, 15 or 20 years ago.
So, a girl that had a bookstore in your store.
Yeah.
Her parents tried renting golf carts from the garage she had in the back.
Right. Oh.
And at that point, we didn't have any rules about golf carts, and it was a whole brand new thing, and it didn't work. But hopefully it will.
Hopefully it will, and I wish him well, and I told him
That's
to
right,
jump all the
that's
different
what you
hotels.
do, because knowing that.
You just have to stop by.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, we got a little off track. And Debbie Phelps and Mayor Johnson, I want to thank you for the help with the beach cleanup. Very well attended. It was nice seeing the board riders out there. Also, a unofficial business sector update on COVID since our meeting that we last had with and we predicted it. We are seeing a large spike of COVID in the business sector in Flagler Beach that we can probably chalk up to Bike Week and spring break. And I'm not going to air anybody's business, but we have a lot of businesses that have either had to close or have numerous staff members out because of that. And many they're following all protocol, and there's a lot of HIPAA laws that are surrounding that, but it's happening. And it's here, it's in Flagler Beach, and it's current. And I think that just reinforces, how important it is to listen to all our folks that are in safety.
The other night, I went to have dinner out with friends. First real dinner out. And, I'm all vaccinated, and so were they. So we decided to go to the Golden Lion on Tuesday night. It was an hour-long wait. So we didn't go, and I wouldn't have stayed anyway, because I know you can't eat and drink given that stuff. But the people who were willing to wait the hour were not asked either. And they were all up and down anyway. Then we called Oceanside had a long wait since we didn't bother climbing down. So we ended up on the wrong side of the bridge.
The wrong side. I'm surprised you said that.
I'm being sarcastic.
That's because it is on the wrong side.
That's on the wrong side. But anyway, but I was very disappointed to see. I was happy for the business that they were making so much money, but the laxity of people really got me upset. Having known that the numbers were going up anyway, so they weren't helping.
No, not at all. All right, last thing I got. This is a piece that has actually been going on for a very long time, and I want to preface this. This is it's something about the meetings that I would like to table changing, and I'll tell you why. But I don't want anybody to get offended because this has been going on as long as I've been a resident that's been attending meetings. And what I would like to do, and this has been very pronounced, just being chairs, if we have anything that comes up, and I'll just use this, and this is not a bad on anything, it's not bad on any staff, it's not anything, but if we have any item that comes up that involves any type of consensus action, anything like that, that it be placed under general business on agenda, not under commission comments. I have always had a very hard time with working any type of items under commission comments. And I'm going to And I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying this. So way back when I first started attending meetings, we're going back 6-7 years. There was somebody that leaned over and said, make sure you stay to the end, because they will work a bunch of stuff that's not on the agenda, and they won't get any public feedback from it, and they will work numerous items. This is going back way, way back. And over the years, I've found that to be only partially true. And it's not on purpose. It's not, I think it's just more of a procedural, small oversight that for our citizens. For instance, we had the one gentleman. I don't know if he was happy or not about the public comment thing, but we worked an item and there wasn't public comment because it's under commission comments. And what I would like to do is just see if we have a consensus or see what y'all think about it. If there is any item that is not a commissioner comment, meaning it is an action item to be worked along, hear me out, and that it goes under general business as opposed to commission comments. You know, commission comments, when I look at this, it says includes reports, meetings attended, small stuff. If it is a business item to be worked, I would like to see it under that. Jane, you had a comment?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, I understand your point, and I understand that people think we're trying, sometimes think we're trying to push things through. Oh, I didn't know it was gonna be discussed, so I couldn't be there to talk about it. Notice all the people that show up at meetings anyway, and I'm sorry I'm being sarcastic, but I have even a man yelling about the library being closed, and why are those people being paid after we 2 weeks ago agreed that the library would be open and the chief put stuff out. So people don't pay that close attention. But anyway, think about the two items that were added today. I don't think there was any way, but maybe either of those general business with the time frame that was given. And the one that Ken brought up, we didn't take any action on it. It was a, what do you think about it kind of thing that's going to come back to us in a more formal. So I have no problem with the way it was today.
And I placed them under, well, the one item was brought by the mayor, and it was brought to after the agenda had closed, the attention, and it was a few days. It was actually this week before I even got to talk to Rick about it to see if he said, yes, I want that on the agenda. Because Mayor Johnson initially came to me and I said, that's not the process. You need to go to Rick. And the reason it went under commission comments and numbered as items, they're not agenda, they're on there as agenda items, was so I didn't disrupt your numbering in your agenda packet. And as you, as the chair, Eric, can open public comments on anything.
Yeah, and it wasn't, my comment wasn't directed at this. This is, today just kind of brought it to front of mind.
I understand what you're saying, how commissioners bring things up, but I mean, you guys can't always meet together. It might be something they heard at the last minute. And you can also say, okay, that's a good discussion. Let's put it on a future agenda.
Correct.
You don't have to take action.
Right, and that would be a valid commission comment. Say, I have this concern. Can we get this put on agenda and talk about it and do that? I'm only referencing. I'm going back to history in this where
I've been here 20 years, so I'm touched by that.
You what?
I've been here 20 years. I'm a little touched,
right.
A little defensive.
Well, and I knew that there would be people who would be, and it's only a procedural change. But what I would feel comfortable doing here, I would be there, is to create the impression of being overly forthright with all the stuff. To try as much as we can reasonably. There will be stuff that goes under comments, but just to put things under general business and when we have items like this, and Penny, that's a great call. I probably will open it up to public comment because I know that myself sitting in those chairs, there have been items in the past when I was not a commissioner that it did bother me that I wasn't able to speak on it. That did happen, but we're talking numerous years ago.
Not when I was two. I opened it up to other.
Jane opened everything.
And I think that's a good idea. And Drew, you had some thoughts?
One, I was gonna say, it doesn't matter what part of your agenda, if you're taking formal action, then you're opening it up.
Okay.
That's not, it has nothing to do with where it falls, it has to do with the form of action you're taking. If it's direction to staff, that's simple direction to staff. If it's policy making, you're going to open it up to public, even if it falls into this section. And I also wanted to chime in and try to, I think, at least express what I'm hearing you say, because I think some of your point may be being lost, because I think there is a valid point in there. The two on the agenda today might have been poor examples, but when action items come up during commission comments, it's the burden not only on you, but also on staff, because we're often reacting. So I think a part of your comment that I'm hearing anyway is just to encourage yourselves as a board to give as much advance notice of an issue. If you know on Monday, hey, I'm going to be bringing this up on Thursday, to let Penny know so that she can do this, because once it's here in the agenda, even if it's an amended agenda, the public knows what's going to be brought up and they know to stay if they're interested in it, so that they're here to give the public comment if you do take any formal action. And the other is, you've already talked about it, that reminder to yourselves that, because I think the point, sometimes things come up, and I got to bring them up today because something's got to be done tomorrow, and you don't want to take those away from yourself. But also to remind yourself, again, as a group, that if somebody brings something up that's an emergency to them, but not an emergency to the rest of you, you can say, put it on the agenda next month. I'm not taking action on this tonight.
And we've done that.
You have.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that was
make
really
those
all.
comments to Mr. Whitson, not me. I'm just going to tell you to go see him.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't take offense to it, because I mean, sometimes, and I've served on a lot of boards now, but here again, there are some things that come up, and sometimes I kind of wonder, should I, call and have this added to the agenda, or should I use it to a commissioner comments? And the thing that, I'm looking at right now that I brought up tonight about the t-shirt shop, that's a valid point, because the individual that is the owner, operator of that business, once he hears about this, may say, I wish I was there to address that. So I can understand what you're saying. So I mean, something like that, I would certainly want to add it under general comments so the individuals will know that this is going to be discussed. So I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, and it's just housekeeping.
Sure.
It's really
Okay.
I always wondered, because the county, the way they do it, they have commission action, and then they have another community outreach, and then they have commission reports and comments. So they separate any action items from their comments.
So they also have everything under their consent agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, I'm
They
just.
have like 30 items under their
So
consent.
maybe have a, after commission comments, Commissioner Bellamy, we're going to do another public hearing or public.
I don't know, it's just, you can divide it into two different sections, I guess.
You could have, I think your point would be, you could have earlier in your agenda a commission action request section, where if any of you had something that you were asking for direction from the board on, that could happen earlier in your meeting, and then the comments at the end would just be this is what I did this week.
That's kind of the pain point that I've had over years is comments years ago ended up turning into action.
In between them, though, they have another community outreach. So people can talk about things of action items. If they get or they want to talk about something else that they get a chance to earlier. They want to make a comment on a decision that was made during the meeting. But I don't know. They've done that way for quite some time. It's really important, I'm sure.
Another thought that comes to mind, kind of thinking about that their action item or their whatever that agenda item is. You do have on your agenda changes and deletions from the agenda. just as maybe even seeing how it works, if without doing anything formal, just if during that section, if any of you come into a meeting and it was that thing that you didn't know about on Monday, you found out about it 3 hours ago, but you feel compelled to ask your fellow commissioners for a consensus about it, right? Maybe that's a good point of the agenda for somebody to speak up and say, hey, during my comments tonight, I'm going to be asking for consensus about this, which tell anybody sitting out there, okay, I better stick around for that.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
So, item 4 would become potentially deletions and changes to the agenda and commission action items.
Not that we become commission action items. What I was saying is that would be a good opportunity for any of you to say, during my comments tonight, I'm going to be bringing this up and looking for consensus from the board. To notify anybody sitting in the public that something might come up in commission comments. That's the trick of them. They're not formal action items, they're kind of loose action items. It's something that they're going to be discussing that I'm interested in. I might want to stick around. Something beyond these are the meeting items.
Yes.
Unsolicited. Correct.
Correct.
Right, and so basically then comments becomes comments, proper. Is everybody okay with that?
It would still be heard
It would
under
still
there.
include those things, but you would be announcing at the beginning of the meeting, I'm going to be bringing this up during my comments later. So you're kind of giving that early notice to stick around.
Or I'm going to be looking for a consensus amongst the commission on
And then,
an item that I'm going to bring up.
and then I'll just open up for public comment.
And I think anything other changes outside of that might require an ordinance to come before you, because you did adopt your rules and your agenda procedure via ordinance. So,
okay. So that was okay. I like that.
That's why I said unsolicited. File up, so remember to mention.
If we're changing the ordinance that deals with our reminder meeting, then we also move commission comments to the end.
well, if they do it that way, you're talking about the.
I know every time we touch that ordinance, this question has come up. The reason why it's ordered the way that it is was used to be every once in a while. I don't know if it's happened because we changed the time and that made it easier. It used to be that we didn't
6:30
until 6:30.
Right.
So there frequently was a gap between when we ended general business and when we got into public hearings. That's why commission comments is where it is. Since we moved up to 6, I don't think there's been 30 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
it take 30 minutes to get through the first to get into general.
Unless Sharon O'Brien gets
So I think-
elected again, we don't have to worry about that.
The only reason why it is where it is was because it gave something productive to do until we got to public
But
hearings.
it has.
And I don't, we haven't needed that in a long time.
Well, not with Al coming in and giving us speech updates and stuff.
All right, so I think we're all on the same page. And the only reason why I brought that up, and that's, I prefaced it, so Penny and anybody that's been here a while since before I was a commissioner, is because I just don't want any member of the public to feel the way I felt when some of those things happened back in the past when I was a citizen. And because there was things that got worked that I felt passionate about. I thought public should have had input on it. Unfortunately, at that given moment in time, we did not. So, all right, so we'll let the public talk about that if it's an action item, and we'll kind of cover that during deletions and changes.
Well, that isn't going to require any changes.
No, that one.
That's all I had, Drew.
I think we covered mine really, but I will let you know that I'm planning on being out of the office, loosely out of the office next week. I'm available by cell phone. I'll be checking email periodically. I'll be in town. I'm just taking another week away from the office, or as much a week as I can get away from the office. So if you need me, feel free to contact me.
City manager.
Commissioner Neely, that Ocean Palm Village North, the retention pond, when I talked to David today, his suggestion was for me to contact the association down there and see if I can get a copy of their survey so we have some idea of where we are boundary wise. Commissioner Bryan, on the plastic recycle, from what I understand, ELS is in process of trying to purchase a plastic recycle machine equipment.
That's what I was thinking of that. I didn't call them by name, but that's the company now.
Yes. So hopefully, I mean, we're looking at, I believe the number that came out was somewhere around $2 million for this piece of equipment.
Pretty expensive.
Yes, but at least we'll have something close to home.
Right. That's what I was saying, just interjecting. That's why I was talking to, City of Flagler, City of St. Augustine and St. Augustine Beach, speaking to their, legislators up there.
Yes. And on the, processed water leaks, Alan is in process now as, trying to contact some companies who may be able to come in and help us out. And Mr. Woodson also is helping out working on that. So we are in process of trying to find someone who can come in. Yes, it is a substantial loss. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hopefully we can find it before we have to drill another well.
Nothing.
Okay, Chief.
Don't run.
Well, actually feeling better as the meeting's going on. First thing, I really want to thank the board for looking out for Paul. He's not a little disoriented and they're taking it. So kudos to y'all for seeing that he was in some type of distress and the medical folks came out. So Mr. Woodson, as you know, is here, and I just want to ask the question: what do you think would be appropriate for the city to put out a news release? And that's in Mr. Woodson, who's indeed the new city manager, effective on the 1st of May. I think it would be really good if we could let the citizens know, put it out on a press release. Y'all work really diligently to get the best candidate. The man's serious, you get paid, so he's for his work. What do y'all think we should put on that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, what does the future city manager think of that?
I asked him before I came back. So,
since he's gonna be your boss.
Well, I asked him, what he thought. He thought it was a great idea, so I'll give him Mr. Woods for
Okay.
And then the last one is, thanks to Mayor Johnston, she had a great idea. So on the 24th, when we do our normal drug take back day, we're going to make it Super Spring Saturday, and we're going to have golf cart inspections at the police department. So folks that work during the week and can't get here, and Kathleen has even got a staff member from finance that will be taking the money at the police department. So, and then the last part of it is, we know that COVID is affecting a lot of our residents and they may not be able to get out. So we're going to be doing a pickup service. I'll be going to people's houses that can't get out of their house to pick up their prescription drugs that they want to buy. So.
This is something that I'm not sure how it would ever work, but it's been bothering me. I'm sure there are some people who haven't gotten vaccinated because they can't get them. I guess they have no family, somebody couldn't drive them, they don't have computers, so they don't make the appointments. Do we have any knowledge or any way of finding out?
I can check with the health department. If we have folks in the city that need a ride, one of the things that we had asked the board a couple of months ago was to only fund the victim advocate 75% so they could go out and do things that were kind of outside of the grant.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a perfect example of a victim advocate helping an elderly member of our city to go get a vaccine.
Right. Ask Bob if they have mobile vaccination sites, because that's probably what you saw on the news. That's what I saw.
Yeah, he's on vacation.
Seminole in Volusia County, or in Orange County.
He works really, really hard, so I'll reach out to him first thing next week.
Yeah, I don't mean today, it's something's been rumbling in my head.
So again, at the end of last meeting, Mayor Johnson had said, hey, we were thought of doing golf cart inspections on Saturday, so we're just gonna roll it into one from Saturday. And if y'all know the Chambers family, the little boy Jack Chambers, his sole purpose is to hit the chief of police and face for the pie. So at the end of Super Spring Saturday, I'll be getting a banana cream pie.
Wow. There's a reason to it's
Facebook Live?
Can I join?
I've never done a Facebook Live, so we'll either do it Facebook Live or we'll record it and put it
I
on.
know a
there,
mayor
so.
that knows how.
I'm pretty sure Skip Ivey down there for own pies at me as well.
Alright, and, future city manager, anything?
Not really,
Come on up.
I'm just so honored to be here and I can't wait to get started. I'm doing the best I can juggling and putting my 2 cents in here and there, and I appreciate you letting me do that. And I've seen mobile vaccination operations out in Texas. We can certainly ask the county for their cooperation for those situations that maybe people can't get out of and have to be involved in that. And I'm just really humbled and I thank you.
Well, we all are
Yeah.
grateful that you are spending this time with us.
Yes.
I'm getting excited.
Me too.
Yeah. Alright, motion adjourned.
Second.
No. Rick?
He's
Motion
still-
to adjourn.
I was waiting.
I was supposed to know it.
I think it'll be easy.
Oh, and that one's gonna
I
carry.
had more.
Yeah.
First reading it. FDOT. So I know what they want now. I know. I'm just gonna be a little. It's just getting in here. Did it then?
Yeah.
What do you got out there?